Welcome back, everybody, to the next episode of Rise of the Runelords. As always, I have been and always will be Adam. I am your dungeon master for this adventure. I don't know why I'm introducing things like this, but hey, it's a thing. We're going to deal with it. When last we left, the intrepid and brave and very unlucky heroes of Sandpoint, they had just finished off a rather harrowing battle with Suto Kaijitsu, Amiko's brother, and 8 goblins. At the end of the last episode, we left our adventurers with Suto having found his own way off this mortal coil, shall we say, and Amiko resting peacefully with a very fishy smelling room. We pick up the next day. You guys, just to remind you sort of the information that you have, feel free. I'm going to invite someone who has been taking notes to fill in some details for everyone. Who wants to go for it?
Are we muted is the first question.
No, you're good to go.
Okay.
So
Shit's
taking
fucked.
notes.
That's the short of it.
Not wrong.
Tobin's daughter is has turned herself into a succubus and is probably the one leading the goblins. She
I would just say has decided to go with an infernal ascension. Because succubus is a very specific one, and that might not be what they're going for.
Would it be ascension
So,
or descension?
ascension, because technically speaking, demons are still celestials, but that's a confusing subject when you think about
Yeah,
it.
we won't go into that.
Also depends on how you look at it.
This is true. Just to fill in a gap of knowledge, you do well, not knowledge, but something you didn't touch on just now. Suto did try to escape through a smuggler's tunnel. It is being guarded at this point. However, there is one entry, one exit, and one offshoot. No one's really sure where that offshoot goes. No one's looked too deeply into it yet. It is being guarded, so nothing's come or gone at this point. But no one knows really where it's gone or anything like that, where it is going or anything like that.
That's it, really.
Yeah, definitely.
We don't really know where to go from here.
Well, I have an idea.
Mm.
An idea would be to figure out where they did the ritual, obtain any evidence we can from the ritual. Was where did she say it?
It'll be in your journal, the handouts, and it'll be under the handout called Journal Pages.
Oh no, I was looking for the notes on where they had set it because I thought they had given able to secure Tobin's casket with ease. The rooms were distracted with the rest. Can't wait for the real raid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
I think we were just getting ready for that. I'm going to say we should probably find the ritual site and see what type of ritual it was and see what information we can get out of it.
That's an interesting way to go for sure.
Because, nope.
No, you go.
Okay, I was just going to say if we can figure out if they're going to plan on doing it again and if we can foil it.
I'm saying nothing.
I think this is a low energy night tonight.
That's okay.
No.
Totally fine. We can have a chill night.
Toshi's not going to let that happen.
That's fair.
How long has the sheriff been gone? Or when is the sheriff due back?
Sheriff has been gone, I think, at this point, if I remember correctly, and I certainly may not, about a day and a half-ish.
Right.
So he should be back, probably not tomorrow, but the next day, quite late in the afternoon, if not sort of last thing, like just on dusk. He did ask you guys to stick around, stay around, and be seen.
Yeah.
And I think we've been avoiding being seen.
I don't know. I was walking around with my flag.
Yeah. Specifically, Vorn and Toshi have stayed away from being seen.
Come back a little bit. Well, I've got spears to make still.
You
So that would be my
certainly
first
do.
goal, so-
Oh, it was also the whole day for Torag.
That'll
Yes.
do that.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
can get in a
Toshi's
couple
before.
hours work before
Yeah,
I go
definitely.
to run service.
Yep, not a problem.
Are we planning to catch up on Miko as well, or is she still available?
Let's leave Amiko for a day.
Hmm.
Amiko needs a day. Amiko's had a long few days.
Doesn't mean we can't go to the tavern and be
Oh, no.
seen as such.
This is very true.
Mhm.
Is Torag going to convince us to go over to the hagfish?
Is who, sorry?
Toll or Merc or
Oh, Solomon or
Solomon or
Merc.
Merc.
Right.
Going to try to convince us to go over to the hagfish?
That sounds like a
should
good
convince
time.
Toshi that hagfish might have some really good fish dishes. First try.
I mean, totally up to you.
Technically, hagfish drink is a fish drink.
Technically, yeah.
It's a fishy drink.
So I would be happy to head to the hagfish. I would have probably been dropping hints every now and then that the hagfish was a lot of fun.
Fair enough.
He does spend a lot of time over at Vorn's, especially if the Forge Master is over there.
He is not on this particular day. But Voren is there.
Is the Forge Master also a priest of some variety?
Interesting. Do you ask anyone, or do you have a knowledge religion?
I would probably ask Voren.
He is or was. He's retired. He just likes to work the forge.
Okay, so he wouldn't be doing a sermon or
No. That falls to me.
Randy. Anywhere else in town you guys think would be worth spending some time going, being in the public eye, so forth?
Not sure. I'm probably one of those best, don't I? Oh, things have been here the longest.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Walk me through what you're thinking, and I'll sort of give you an idea of what you might want to look into, kind of thing.
I'm not sure what Toll's thinking, but
Yeah.
I do need to go and restock a few supplies, since my rope was used to tie up a door. My oil was used to make a place slippery, and my marbles are gone. Unless someone's going to return my marbles.
I think you've already lost them.
I'll say you probably could have picked them up, not an issue.
Toshi would have been making lots of you lost your marble jokes along the way.
Yeah, so I would need to do a small shopping trip, but nothing that interesting. Otherwise, I guess just looking to be up and around and about, and
Yeah. Are you doing anything with this journal? Just a question.
We let the current
not me.
father know over at the temple.
Okay.
But we already gave it to Father's Home.
You didn't give it to him.
Okay.
You
No,
showed
we let
him.
it- and then Toshi pretty much
Yeah.
told him word
Yeah.
for word.
Yeah.
Right.
So that is definitely still in your possession.
hmm
Maybe we should have given it to her.
Or it is best that we keep it on us, as we have no idea who's trusting the current father might be a bad idea. Or trusting anybody other than ourselves.
I love making players paranoid.
Oh no, I'm more paranoid. I'm about as paranoid as a beholder.
Nice. So, for this day,
Toshi's
go ahead.
Toshi's annoyed that they can't get any alchemical ingredients,
There.
because having some things that make loud sounds might be a useful tool,
Mm-hmm.
or flashes, or fire, or that normal thing like the explosives
Fair. Fair. Very fair.
or trap making. Yes.
Yeah. We can't go anywhere though. The sheriff wants us to stay here.
hmm
So
I wish I could
what are we
tell.
doing? Somebody else take the lead.
Lauren's
I've been doing it.
brain is broken.
Okay. Toshi has ideas. Too many ideas. So Toshi's going to do probably anything somebody asks of Toshi until they can make up their own mind. So yeah, it's Solve and Math. What do you guys do?
Probably just gonna hang out with you guys.
Okay.
Okay.
And Merc?
Yeah, I'm basically just hanging out the dragon for right now. Just reeling from the whole debacle with the goblins and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough. So the day passes pretty well without incident. Amiko does make an appearance probably around about 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the Rusty Dragon. She comes down. She has a chat to a few people. She's very... What's the word I'm looking for? Reserved, I guess, is a good word for it. She's quite reserved, especially considering what she's usually like. Most people don't really know what's happened. It's not public knowledge just yet. However, that may be about to change because Merc, sorry, you do hear when Amiko goes back upstairs, someone just mutter to the person they're sitting with, did you hear what happened? And there's a small conversation that basically tells the story of everything that happened, and there's a few details missing. So basically, what you hear is Amiko's brother Suto killed her father, and forced some goblins to help him, and they slaughtered the entire staff of the glassworks just for kicks. They also whisper to each other and they say, yeah, apparently he was trying to kidnap her. I wonder why. I don't know why. I have no idea. But and he was caught by, you know, caught by the Heroes of Sandpoint, and he, well, you know, makes a weird awkward face, and the other one's just like, oh, that's horrific. Um, I see. That's terrible. So you don't know how long this is going to stay. Not secret, but private. The people do know. Maybe someone overheard someone talking about something. Who knows? News like this has a way of getting around these sorts of towns.
Hard with
Okay,
loose
and,
lips.
yeah, and Amiko is back, right? She back in the.
No,
She's around. She's you guess probably upstairs resting, but she's around.
probably better to just leave her alone.
Could be.
Looks at Toshi. So
Voron, older guy, smiles like this.
you should have been
Toshi.
expecting that, to be honest.
Oh yeah, look,
Toshi,
that's fair.
though, later at night will ask for a bottle of wine from the
Mhm.
Rusty Dragon.
Yep.
If they request payment up front, Toshi will pay for it.
No payments requested.
Okay. Toshi will knock on Amiko's door.
How hard do you knock?
Lightly, just like enough for somebody to hear if they have
Yeah.
their head in their pillows.
Right, gotcha. Okay. Okay. You hear a sigh from the other side of the door, and some rustling, possibly of material of some sort, and then footsteps coming towards the door, and then just a heartbeat longer than it possibly should have been before someone reaches the door and opened it. And then the door opens and you see Amiko with a sort of like just a comfortable robe on, and hair is a mess. Looks like she's just woken up. Can I help you,
Some
Toshi?
wine. Would you like some wine?
Sure.
Do you want it with someone or without someone?
Toshi, what are you doing?
I just want to make sure you're doing okay.
My father was just encased in glass. My brother just hung himself. I was just kidnapped, and everyone in the that worked in the glassworks has been slaughtered. Guess who now has to deal with that?
Exactly.
I'm not
That's why
okay.
I'm
No.
here. Well, let's take a few minutes. Toshi will hand up the bottle.
Yeah. She just takes the bottle, and
Let's
she.
take a nap.
I was trying to.
Take one after the bottle.
Perhaps we have one glass together. Hmm?
Wonderful. Yes,
She
that
just
sounds wonderful.
shakes her head and slightly rolls her eyes at you, and she gestures into into her room. And there is a small sort of sitting area, very functional. Like I said, the other day, very very functional. She gestures you to sit down, and I assume you bought a couple glasses up.
Yes.
And she
Toshi brought 3 just in case.
pours 3. Interesting.
Yeah.
She pours 2 glasses. Just
One
one.
needs to be thrown.
That's fair. That's fair. One for yourself and then one for herself. And she just sits back and she's kind of She's kind of got that 1,000-yard stare going on. You've never seen her like this before. But it's kind of not surprising.
Mhm.
And she just takes a small sip of wine. Hoshi, you're a Deveran, right?
Yes.
Yes. Remind me again, your wife's name?
Where did I write this down? Ah, where did I put it? Where did I put it? Because I remember we talked about it.
Yeah.
And now, um,
You're gonna poke at
can't
Amiko,
believe
she's
I've
gonna poke
forgotten.
back. You forgot your
That's so
own wife's
horrible.
name. How rude
I
of you.
know.
It'll be in our DMs on Discord.
Yes, I'm trying to find it. I think I've gone too far. It was
Good.
very recently, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Uh, Beanstalk.
Mira.
Ymira? Okay.
Mira.
Or Mira.
Mira. Mira. Mira is what you said.
Yes.
Cool.
Well, it's Mira, if you're wondering.
Mira Deveran, yes. I know the name. Now, your cousins? Your cousin, I should say, is Kendra Deveran, the mayor?
Yeah, it's always confusing. Extended family, especially with nobility, is a very difficult thing to
Of course, I'm aware.
So yeah, I'm guessing it's cousin?
Close enough. It's like second cousin kind of thing. It's weird.
Third
Like you said,
cousin?
nobility is weird. Amiko sort of just nods and says, "So what do you expect to gain from marrying Mira Deveran in Magnemar?"
So yeah, I went into it expecting to gain nobility and that sort of thing. Well, at
I
least
mean,
nobility.
you had to know that that was going to happen, regardless of whether you wanted it or not. When you
Oh
married
yes,
her,
that is what I wanted when I first started talking to her.
of course.
And then I actually liked her
Yeah.
a lot.
From memory, and we were both a lot younger. From memory, she is very kind. However, I don't know if you understand fully the responsibilities that lie on your shoulders as a noble. As part of nobility, that societal ideal by which we are bound, whether we like it or not. Do you have any idea what you're in for?
From where I came from, it's much different, but no, not really.
If
Nobody
you
ever told me.
if you she sort of goes quiet for a second. If you feel that nobility is no different, it is very different wherever you go, you are incredibly mistaken. And
I'm
it doesn't.
used to them being very large pricks and owning way too much.
Thanks. Ouch.
I'm talking about myself too, am I not?
You don't seem like you own anything at all, Toshi. You're staying in an inn.
Yes. That is
You
run by
are
another noble.
attempting to, I don't know if I should say curry favor with another noble, or whether you are simply trying to comfort a friend. It makes you different.
I'd rather be friends with you than look at you like another noble. Many in
And
Magma are just so far stuck up their asses that the only thing they want in life is more and more.
and now you land on the exact reason that I never wanted anything to do with my father's business. The glassworks, the jewelers. I don't want anything to do with that. I have to deal with those sorts of people. This is
No,
exactly why I left years ago. Ran away. Unfortunately. And she gets very serious in like just she almost looks kind of haunted. This is unfortunately the world and our families don't allow us to stay away for very long, regardless of if they like us or not. And the world has a way of forcing us to take on what it considers our destiny. If you believe in such a thing. Everything being preordained and whatnot. However, and at this point she's probably 3/4 of the way through her glass. And she says, however, it becomes easier with the right kinds of people around you. Make sure you have those people around you, Toshi. I tried. I haven't seen them in years, and most of them are dead.
Well, let's drink to your fallen, and we can drink to mine too.
She just gives you a nod. And then,
Oh.
yeah, very quietly
I would,
continues drinking. You're saying?
though, I would always suggest the dwarves in the town have a crafting god. You might look at allowing them to take over the glassworks from now on. You don't need to run them. You don't need to have your family's name on it anymore. You can go be yourself instead of letting your name rule you.
Oh no, I plan to. However, I would be remiss if I were to say that I don't plan to use the profits and proceeds from the glassworks to give back and, well, expand what I already have. I think it's time for the Kaijitsu name to shift focus. Could you imagine? She sort of grins a little. More than one in under my name. The Kaijitsu family. Providing a place where people can stay and eat and be safe from all their troubles the world over. That's what I want.
Then go do it. Let nothing tie you down.
I could do it myself. Another adventure, possibly.
Just don't forget about what you've made here.
No,
It's
never.
not the glassworks or anything else your family has done, it's what you have made. This inn was not made by your family, it was made by you.
It is true. Very, very true. And she finishes her glass and sits for probably 10, 15 seconds. Looks like she's thinking quite deeply.
Mhm.
And she stands. She says, Toshi, I appreciate your company, but I feel like there are others that need you more than I do.
I'd probably have to go kick Voran's ass to make him go eat right now.
He's always been trouble, especially when he starts on a project.
I should probably see about getting Wrath or Solomon to start doing it for me.
Well, you would be the one who would be able to convince someone else to do it. Thanks, Toshi.
Oh,
And she walks
if
you
you ever...
towards the door.
Oh, okay. Though, if you ever need any more company, or something just to pet for a while, then I'm always here. I know people like animals, and I know that you have a way with people, so depending on which one you want, I'm always open.
She's sort of definitely taken aback, for sure.
There's a shitting grin on Toshi's face, just savoring this expression off of Amico.
Oh yeah. Very taken aback, and and Amika's just like, right.
You expect people think it's cute.
And she laughs as she shows you to the door and says, "Thank you for making me laugh. Have a
Sometimes
good
good
night."
at it. The rest, you too. And then just hear Toshi yell Solomon down the stairs because they're still in the
Oh, for sure.
Rusty Dragon, right?
Probably. Solomon, you tell me, are you still in the Rusty Dragon?
If Wrath hasn't gone anywhere, I probably haven't gone anywhere.
No, I haven't gone anywhere yet. I probably haven't decided to leave yet, but I'm gonna probably go check out the classworks, just make sure there's nothing else around there, because you never know. Don't want no more hidden freaking goblins popping up.
Yeah, for sure.
If Wrath has done that, I would have gone with him.
Yeah, not a worry. So you guys will probably end up doing that sort of a lot earlier in the day than this conversation, so that's not an issue. What exactly are you looking for?
Retrieving my marbles.
Yeah,
Well,
not an issue.
Well, is that everything? Where did we find the journal? Was that upstairs, like on the first
That
floor?
was-
Was there a basement?
That was on Suto. And there was a basement, yes.
On a study downstairs.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, there was a study downstairs, and the journal was on Suto. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna just like look downstairs because I didn't know if they were hiding anything down there.
Yeah.
Or just could be something hidden. It's just I don't know. It's part of the thing is that because we had that little goblin hiding in the kid's closet.
Yeah.
You never know. It's like they had a group of them, so you never know. Just he wants to look.
No, I definitely get that. For sure. So, you head over to the glassworks. There are a couple guards around. They let you in, no issues. And then you retrieve your marbles, Solomon, not an issue. You head downstairs, and there is that wall that opens up into the smuggler's tunnel there. And there is 2 guards standing on either side of the door there. And they sort of they're on pretty high alert at this point. And as you sort of come down the stairs and then around the corner, you come around the corner to 2, not spears actually. One will be a longsword with a shield, and the other one will be also a longsword with a shield, and they're drawn and ready, and yeah. And then they immediately they're both with a longsword and a shield. Both immediately recognize you, and they say, "Oh, how can we help you tonight?" Today, rather. Sorry.
Yeah. I just curious to see if there was anything else, around here. I wanted to make sure there's nothing else around because we dealt with goblins up there with the gentleman up there.
Yes.
I just wanted to personally make sure there's nothing else around because you never know with goblins.
Well, honestly, at this point, we have guards at either end of this tunnel, and a pair of guards also in the middle, where the offshoot of the tunnel is. It looks like it was very recently broken through from the outside in rather than the inside out. So we're not 100% sure what's down there at the moment. We are waiting on the sheriff to get back so he can advise us on what he would like us to do. He's the one with the tactical brains, so to speak. So we haven't checked that out yet. That's pretty well the only thing that is outstanding, I guess, is a good way to say it.
Well, would you mind if me and my friend here just at least take a look around? We won't go too far in.
Of course, of course. Are you guys armed and armored?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
I figured you would be. Yeah. Cool. So this is of course it's a few hundred feet just down. It's on as you're heading down. It's on the right hand side. So yeah, of course, definitely there'll be two guards there, so shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, it's like that's fine. As he's going through, he's actually using detect magic ahead of him because you never know. It could be something weirdly warded. It could be something like a trap or something.
Yeah.
So he's just kind of like. So he just like his whole way through. He looks over to Solomon. Hey, just keep your eye out. You never know. These little bastards.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have anything nasty around.
Yeah, no, for sure, not an issue at all. Cool. So you head down, and it's a couple hundred feet down. So it's a good minute or so walk, and then you do see two guards, both again armed with long swords and shields, and they are. It's dark, and they have torches sort of in sconces on the walls there, and they both stand there, swords drawn at the ready, as you come down, and you hear them call out, "Halt!"
He nods and just
Identify yourselves.
I'm Merc, and this is Solomon. I guess we'd be technically the heroes of Sandport.
I see. Step forward slowly.
Hold out the flag.
I mean, it'd be hard not to
recognize
me.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You get the feeling that he might not actually be able to see you quite well at this point, from this angle, sort of in the dark kind of thing.
Yeah, I basically just, I think, he casts dancing lights on himself, and there's like little orbs floating around him. It's like, is that better?
As you sort of are casting a spell, you see them both immediately tense up, and one takes a couple steps forward as if to charge, and then it lights up, and they see the both of you, and they're like, Solomon, Merc, I would very much appreciate if you didn't cast spells in the dark at us. Please. I'm not sure my heart can handle it. Yes.
That's more for I look at him as more for y'all vision. I can see pretty well, but down here I'm fine.
It's fine. Just warn us in future more than anything. How can we help you? What brings you two down here? Where are the other two of you? Where's Master Voren and the small girl?
Those two are doing something else, I believe. I just asked Solomon along just because I'm just curious to see what's down here.
Fair enough. At this point, we don't quite know how far down this part of the tunnel goes, And you look around and you can see, like, it's definitely sort of pushed from where you guys are, broken in. Something definitely wanted to get into there for some reason. You're not 100% sure why.
Yeah, I'm looking along the ground and stuff.
Hang on. Merc, you go. You're looking along the ground. What are you looking for?
I'm just looking at the stone and seeing like what's really going on it. Like if like was it like if it's goblins like digging into this area, it's like why are they digging under, or if somehow it's like a burrow or something, that kind of stuff.
If it were goblins breaking through, because it was bricked up, like brick and mortar bricked up.
Yeah.
If it was goblins, you feel like it would be a lot messier and a lot the entranceway would probably own the broken in part would probably only be half your size. It's full sort of humanoid size. So it's big enough for the both of you to walk through.
All right. Is there any like roll I can do to see purposely like if there's something like a knowledge?
What's
I
the
don't know.
question? What question are you trying to ask? What question are you looking for the answer to?
Like I'm just trying to figure out. It's like why would somebody do this? Why would somebody literally dig through here? Unless it's like if they're trying to extend the basement, or it's like what this for?
Roll me a knowledge. I want to say knowledge dungeoneering if you've got it, or engineering if you've got one. Either one.
Yeah,
one
I
is
got
harder than the other. Dungeoneering.
Yeah, I got. I do
Cool.
have that.
Go for that. And while you're rolling that, Solomon, what was the question you had? Sorry.
Just remembering the scene from last time. We're in a tunnel that goes from the glassworks basement out to the beach. And then
Correct.
somewhere along that tunnel was a wall. And someone's now broken that wall down from the tunnel side.
Yes.
Go through that wall into whatever is behind.
Correct.
And we don't know who. And this happened while the guards were there, or not while the guards
No, that happened, and you actually did see that. This has happened in the last week or so.
Okay.
Yeah. It did not happen while the guards were here, but... So, Merc, with that roll, a glorious 29, you look at the tunnel that you're standing in, and you very clearly, very, very clearly, see tool marks along the tunnels. They're old, it's worn down, but you definitely see tool marks. You look at the bricks. The mortar and the bricks are old. However, they are clean. Like Solomon has probably told you, it's only been broken in the last week or so. Like, they've got dirt all over them, but, like, it's not worn and it's not moldy or anything like that. So, about the last week or so. What you also notice is as you sort of look into the tunnel, the offshoot tunnel, that seems to be tunneled somewhat. However, as you sort of look further in, about 30 to 40 feet in, with your dark vision 60 feet, you definitely see that it sort of opens up a little wider and into a natural cave system of some sort, possibly. So it's only about 30 or 40 feet from where you are into the offshoot that's been carved and dug out. After that, it looks natural.
Yeah. All right. So I look over Solomon. It's like I explain what I see, and basically I can send like the little lights 100 feet out, just enough so it could show him where he can see better. This is what I see right now, and I'm worried that there might be something down there. And I don't know if we need to get your other companions to help look through this, but we might want to wait for the sheriff too. because he would probably like to know that what down here if he wants to have us plus with whoever else the search this area.
I'm gonna say, looking at the guards, you guys are too nervous. You have 3 pathways where things can come at you from, and we came from the safe direction. You guys are definitely too nervous down here. This is not a good situation for you to be in. I think we need to prepare this area so that you guys are safer. Currently, if you're attacked, I don't even think anyone will know unless we hear your screams up the tunnel, and that's the last thing I want to be hearing. So let's go get some local trapper, some string, some bells, some nets, etc., and let's make this tunnel safer. Make it that we can at least know if something's coming down the tunnel for you guys, for your safety.
They nod and they say, great idea. We have sort of been talking about it, but unfortunately we haven't really had a chance to set anything up yet. Would you mind setting that up? We can't leave our post. That would be considered desertion. However, if you if you would be able to help us with that, we would be incredibly grateful.
Yeah, I would look at Solomon and say, yeah, we definitely could do that one, but we probably get like Toshi and Varn to help out because extra pair of eyes is good, especially with Toshi. She might be able to see what I can't see, and it'd be nice to have Varn around, especially if something big and nasty's down there. He can club it to death with the head.
Hopefully.
Well, in a day or two, when
I can hear anything.
When we start actually wanting to explore deeper, then I think we get Varn. For right now, he's not going to come unless someone is screaming. But let's go visit Toshi. Let's go visit Varn, and they can at least help us get the things we need to make the alarms and ringing bells, etc. And hear if someone's walking down the tunnel, and we can get an appraisal of the situation. Varn might also have some good ideas for how we can maybe put a net over this hole so that if something tries to come out of this hole, at least it'll be a little bit stuck, and we'll have time to run away, get help, do anything that we need to do, or get a look at the guards and say, more like, you guys will have time to run away.
Thanks. I think.
They're
just sort of
coming out of that
They're a little more nervous now, for sure.
Yeah, I look at Solomon's like really, you had to say all that. I look kind of shaking, man. I like it's like, gentlemen, do not worry. It's like we will be back. As I said, we'll get our friend Toshi, even if it's just 3 of us. We'll look around and we'll go like maybe a couple hundred feet in there to explore around. If it's just a natural cave system that I guess they might have used as a storage area for goblins, if they were going to loot anyways or something. But what I'm worried about, if it's like another back area, so like another way for them to come through the glassworks. I didn't want goblins or something to come through that if we have to close the cave area in, it'd be safer that way.
Of course, and that would be incredibly helpful. As I said, we had been talking about it, but unfortunately we haven't had much of a chance to do that just yet. We are only the first shift. So if you could help, that would be amazing. Thank you so much.
How twisty is this tunnel?
So it's sort of like, it's not like the one you're in or the offshoot.
No, the one we're in, the one between us and the glassworks.
It's not super twisty. It's more like gradual curves kind of thing. It does have a couple like very dramatic right turns and then a left sort of thing. So right, left, right, and then back. So it's sort of like a U-shaped sort of thing. possibly to break eye line of some sorts, maybe. Every now and then you do see there's debris sort of through here, rocks and that sort of stuff. It's not difficult terrain, but it's very natural terrain.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Look, let's head into town and talk to Toshi, talk to Varun, and get these guys better equipped because I don't want to be coming across dead bodies.
That's fair.
I'm not going to let the guards hear that.
That's fair. So you would have had probably said that a little bit after you walked away. So a few minutes later, you emerge from the basement out into the sunlight again, collect your marbles on the way, and heading over to Varun's, I assume?
Yes, that's probably a good idea.
That's where Toshi's going to be.
Toshi's going to be there. She always is.
Toshi, about, let's say, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Where are you?
So this was before they talk with
Yes.
over with Varn.
Over with Varun? Okay, cool. Not an issue.
Means Toshi needs to start doing other things.
Mhm.
Nobody know what I do.
Nobody can. And Varun, what time do you run your sermons on Torag's Day?
Long. About 8 o'clock in the morning.
8 o'clock in the morning? Not a problem then.
Yep.
Awesome. So super easy. Do you want to give me a synopsis of the sermon?
Nope.
No. Oh, it's pretty typical for a sermon of Torag. You speak again about the defense of the town and the Sandpoint militia, and there's a few new faces, not too many, but you do definitely get the sense that your congregation has grown in size a little. Instead of just the normal 12.5-ish, it's now around about that 30 people mark.
Right. Cool.
And yeah, as I said before, a lot of them are artisans, and some of them are even some of the members of the militia, that the 3 in particular that you inspired, we'll say, definitely are part of your congregation now. You finish up the sermon, and as everyone leaves, you head back home. Toshi's already in your house.
We expect no different. To be
Yeah.
honest.
And what are you doing between, say, 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock?
I will be working on the spears.
Cool. Not a problem. Right about 2 o'clock, roll me a perception check. As Solomon and Merc come through your front door, there might be a knock. Toshi would answer. There might not be. And you hear from the other room Varun working away. What are you guys doing?
Well, like, he's going to knock on the...
You go first, Merc.
Oh, I was just saying, I'm just going to knock on the door.
Yeah. You already knocked on the door. You're inside with Toshi. You hear Varun working from the other room.
Okay, let's brief Toshi first.
Yep.
So we'd share with all the information.
All right. Look at Toshi. Is she seen, or is she kind of just hidden somewhere?
Toshi?
She's just moving around.
Yeah.
All right.
The door for us.
Though you will get an earful about, why don't you guys know how to make traps? They're easy to set up. Even just sound alarms are definitely simple.
No, they are, but we're dealing with a larger area, tunnel big, and we're dealing with potentially intelligent creatures. So I can catch a rabbit, but
To do is catch a rabbit. Humans and other humanoids are not that much more difficult.
Well, you know the plan. We want to go and hook up that tunnel so that it's safe. What sort of things do you think we should do? I think at a minimum we should cover the. How big was the hole that the wall had been pushed through?
So it was probably about, say 7 feet tall. Not like super tall, but tall so that no one really has to bend to get under. And a good 4 feet, 5 feet wide, sort of thing.
Okay.
So enough that you could
So,
walk
I
one
reckon-
person, in like single file down through it, very comfortably.
I reckon we need to at
I
least cover that hole.
I
Down some
would
torches.
suggest actually not doing that. We want it to seem like they have an easy time getting in. Letting them know all of our plans
Sorry.
so easily is a very bad idea.
We do later, but right now there's only 2 guards down there with nobody to hear them scream.
No, there are people to hear them scream. There are more than just 2 guards down there, I can tell you that. I went down there. Doshi's taking this out of their ass. Doshi's hoping that they've put more than just 2 guards there. Down in the entirety of
Nope.
the entirety of the tunnel, so it's just 2 guards at one end and nobody else?
2 guards at one end, 2 guards
Not
at the other,
guards
and
at
2 in
one
the
end.
middle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot more guards there.
2 more guards than I thought.
So yes, I
Yeah.
expect them to be able to at least guard, because that's literally what they're called. Setting up traps, on the other hand, just set up basic noise traps, something that would alert you, so then you can make a much better counteroffensive. Or just hide in the other end of the tunnel and riddle them with arrows as they try to walk through. I like that approach the best, but not
I would
always for
agree.
everyone.
I would agree if it was us. Perhaps. Guards, though, I don't agree. I think they need to be protected, which sounds really bad because they're there to protect us, but we're also responsible to them. They need help. They're nervous. They're scared down there. We should do all we can to make sure that they are safe, and that if the worst were to happen, let's just say 5 goblins run out of that little hole in the wall. Will
For
those
me,
2
do
guards
not-
be?
Please tell me you did not make them more anxious than what they already are.
We 100% did.
Yes.
I look at Solomon and I kind of shake my head.
Yes, I did. I didn't do it enough to make them fear, but I did do it enough to make them cautious. Because
Worse
right now
than
they're
an
just
attentive
scared.
guard? Do you know it's worse than an attentive guard? A scared
Uh,
one. They are more likely to make irrational decisions now. You had the right idea informing them of the dangers, but sometimes it's not always the best to do so.
I agree. And I'll think about that next time. But for right now, I still stand by. There's a few things to do
That's all
there.
I can.
We don't have to go overboard. We don't have to, re-brick that wall and give it a fresh coat of mortar. But definitely the sound traps, definitely some light, because the guys can only see where they are in the tunnel. If anything sneaks up on them, they're only human. We can't see in the dark. I would probably say I could sneak down that tunnel and
Torches?
surprise them.
I could do it easily. I could kill them all too. Quite easily.
Yeah, they haven't had time to set up. They say that they're just the first shift there. So yeah, they don't even have proper light. It's just not a good. It's not a good setup. It's a good setup for them to die. It's not a good setup for them to guard.
I sometimes wonder what people do to make their superiors that annoyed with them.
Well, just glad I'm not a guard.
Never attribute to malice that which can be attributed to incompetence.
Well, I attribute it to both. Incompetence and malice are very close together.
Okay.
So, we're going to be saving their asses. I need bells and string, so much of both.
I think we should talk to Varn. He might be able to hammer out a few bells for us. Anything that can help us. Anything
I
that can
don't
help
think
us.
Very-
we're going to be
Well, I know
Anything-
something
anything.
simple stuff like that. We probably can get like a basic, like the general area, like somebody might sell like some like pans, cups or something. I'm also thinking if we can grab some lanterns or something instead of them having the torches. Lily lanterns would probably last longer than a torch, because at least that would give them something. But I want like us to look down the tunnel a little farther on, so at least it's a good distance. So if something is coming to them, we know that we could set something up that basically they can get trapped, and you're like, oh shit, something's coming through.
And I don't know if the guards here have
Yes.
whistles, but that too. So if they see something, like Merc just said, then blowing a whistle should be their first action.
Or
As
they
you,
hear when the traps go off. Yes?
I was just
Sorry.
going to say, as you're sort of talking about noisemakers, you hear Voron in the next room hammering away, and you definitely hear metal being dropped onto other metal, possibly into a barrel of some sort.
Yep. That's why the thieves' kit has pots and pans.
Okay,
With all of the scrap
Yeah.
that is in my workshop.
But who's a
This-
metal worker?
well, I just want to let you guys know that I was just generally looking over the the gears and stuff that you can buy. They're saying it's called a bell net, so it's like 5 foot by 5 foot. It's just like a netting. That if we put it up there and if something's coming through, it will it starts jingling and stuff like that. At least give us something warning. We get something like that.
That's cool.
Yeah. That will work for if we just want to alert them, but I think we want to hold them back as well, which is why I said a real net. We can use mine if we have to. And then,
Well, no, this is the net. It's basically a net with bells on it.
but by the time something's right there at the hole making noise, that's a little bit late to be making noise. I mean, we could do both. Some noise making traps inside and the bell, but I'm fine with that.
Have you ever laid a trap before?
In real life, or
In game.
In
In
game.
game.
You probably have not. You're probably more the muscle than anything, and you definitely had dedicated trappers for what you did.
I'll go
Trap
with what
isn't. What were you gonna say?
I'll go with what Adam says.
You probably have a very limited experience. You probably have helped, but you haven't done them yourself.
The point of a trap is not to kill, it's to hinder. Very rarely is it to kill, and usually then you need a little bit more than a mechanization of it. It's much easier to use mysticism for that. That I don't exactly have, but I can do my best about hindering. Boarding up the hole currently would also be a good idea, as that would slow them down and create some more noise. Using metal barring from, let's say, scrap would also help create noise and help reinforce the wood.
I got a quick question. Wasn't there like broken shards of glass down in the upstairs?
Oh yeah,
So
definitely.
if we needed to, we could just basically because it's glass. I mean, and even if you're going through, you can have glass. You're basically walking over like cow trips or something, but worse because it's jagged pieces of glass. So we can have it in a certain way. If something's coming through, they'll be start stepping on glass, yell out like start screaming or something.
Oh,
Okay.
and do you still have those marbles?
I do still have those marbles. You make me think I should go and get some more.
Oh yes.
Marbles. Uh,
I'd hate for
so,
you to lose
Toshi,
them.
you're talking about building a barricade.
Mm-hmm.
Burke, you've got a great idea with making floor painful to walk over. I mean, it's harder to walk over broken glass easily than it is to avoid a trap, I presume. Having not avoided any traps in the dark. What do you guys want to do from there? I think Lauren has stuff we can use to make noise, even if he can't make us any small bells at the moment.
Let's just make it easy.
And what is easy?
Well, it's the difference between a single string and a lever to a few levers and multiple pieces of string.
Sorry, I don't really follow. What would you like to do? What would you like
Okay.
us to do?
So, bells are very important. Pots and pans can also be used. I need so much string. I will tell you again. Get me as much string as you possibly can.
Okay. 500 feet?
Hopefully that'll be enough.
Oh yeah, I believe.
Caltrops, marbles, pots and pans, string. I need basic iron or steel nails. Get me a hammer. I think I have a hammer around here. So I have one in my room. Was it wet down there?
The
I don't remember.
memory check.
I don't.
It wasn't wet. It was not
dank?
quite damp. It was moist.
Iffy.
Dank.
Hey, danky.
Wonderful.
Hey, danky.
Dank and damp, even moist, is still a bit too much. It's I don't know if you've ever been like in a natural cave. It's always got this humidity to it. It's humid. It's like cool but humid kind of thing. Kind of clammy.
Australia.
Would you
68% humidity right now.
Disgusting.
would
It's
you
terrible.
say that would be enough to mix with oil? Enough water on the floor to mix with oil?
There's no water on the floor that you saw. It's dry floor.
Oh, wonderful.
No standing
These goblins are gonna have a horrible time. I'm gonna make sure of that.
Okay.
Get me as oil, get me string, get me pots and pans, get me wood. I need lots of wood. Not that type of wood. Toshi will glare at Solomon.
I did not say a word.
And here, Solomon's nice and innocent. He's never made a joke like that.
Uh huh.
Just teasing you.
I look at Toshi. It's like we need to get some lanterns for the guys too, because lanterns last longer than torches. I'm sure we can get this pretty simply.
Oh no. We get the oil, we splash it all over the floor in that cavern. The second they see or hear something they don't like, a single match, and that cavern is in flames. And
How long
make
will they
sure
burn for?
that. Well, a dead body, it depends on the size. This is why I need the metal barring on the wood, because then we can set up fireproof barricade. And then what we do is we make sure people are on the other side of the cavern to close it.
Yeah. I've heard there's something called like a bear trap. I don't know if that's a thing. I've heard from talking to hunters and stuff. I don't know if that's a thing.
Oh, most definitely, though Goblin I doubt would set it off.
We also only need to really protect this for maybe 2 days. And then, like you said before, once the captain of the guard is back, and we might want to actually use this as a trap for anyone else coming up the cavern, we want to be able to take this down and not leave too much evidence of what we've done. So is building a fully closable barricade practical for just 2 days of defense?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, think of it like this. A trap will always be there, just in case you need it. If this place ever needs to defend itself from this cavern ever again, they'll have the ability to do so. Or at least trap something inside while they get more help. Worst
Okay.
case scenario is the goblins never come through the cavern. Best case scenario, the goblins never come through the cavern.
Fair enough. Right, let's divvy up the work. Who's going shopping? Me? Merc?
You
Toshi?
go
Will you go
shopping.
shopping?
I
Okay.
have been running around this place for weeks now. You guys can go do some running.
Okay. I'm
I
gonna
will collect. Yes?
I'm gonna call us to go talk to Varun, and Varun can keep hammering that we just need local knowledge from him of where to get these things, who to talk to, how to get a requisition slip from the local guards to make them pay for it. Otherwise, it's coming out of our pocket. Yeah.
Also get me
Busy.
So get me things that can be turned into wooden stakes, like a long wooden stake.
You have to actually come into the workshop and talk to me.
Oh, 100%.
Toshi will walk in.
That's what I'm doing.
Right.
Yes. Toshi's just
Okay.
rambling off ideas.
Good day. How
We'll
can I help you?
Well, we'll lay down the problem and the plan for you really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you're concentrating on stuff, so we'll be succinct. And ask for permission to take away your scrap metal, any nails you have, and anything for Toshi. And assuming we can borrow one of your hammers for Toshi, don't mind lending us a hammer. Your workshop.
Take a pick and dig at the scraps. There's a cave. You guys were going to go exploring a cave without the dwarf.
Well, you were
don't-
busy hammering.
I don't think I've actually seen a cave in 3 and a bit years.
Well, I mean, there's nothing stopping you from coming with us right now. We're not going to explore the cave. We're definitely going to do that in a few days, though.
Why not?
I hope we're going to do that in a few days.
Well,
I also need a ladder. Get me a ladder. A tall one.
why do we need to wait for the sheriff to come back to explore the cave? Shouldn't we take the initiative and have that region possibly mapped out and all of the information ready for the sheriff so he has less work to do when he gets back? When he gets back, he's going to have to start training people as well. So his workload is not getting any less. So the more that we can do to take stuff off him, like setting up defenses in the cabin and or the smuggler's tunnel, and then exploring further, we should be doing that, right? And I don't think we should be trying to make the town guard pay for us giving them extra defenses. That's not okay. This is something that we're doing for them. Yeah, you can't pass the cross on to them. It's not fair.
It's not like we're profiteering from them. If they can cover the costs to help themselves, and once this is all been dealt with, they can go and sell them back to they bought it from, or so forth. In the interest of civil defense, I'm sure they could requisition some supplies from the merchants.
And it would be so much easier for us to just go and do it. The sheriff would have to personally sign all the requisitions and
So much
all of that.
paperwork.
Paperwork. Exactly. Again, about reducing his workload, not adding to it. Right? If we are meant to be these heroes of Sandpoint that everyone is saying that we are, that is not a very heroic thing to do. Is to be like, oh, we're going to set up all these defenses for you, but you have to pay for it. That's snide. That's not heroic or good.
Are we trying to save a town or are we trying to be heroic?
It doesn't matter.
There is a difference. Asking for reimbursement afterward is much less than what many would ask for.
Asking for
isn't-
reimbursement is selfish. We should just do it.
Okay,
So
I'll
adding
agree with
events to
you.
the town, many. What were we going to say?
I'll agree with you up to a couple of gold. I can probably put in 3 gold before the endeavor of protecting the town starts to go against my own interests.
Okay. Here's 27 gold. Go and get what you need. You do
Will be
not.
much more than what we need, but thank you for it.
And you do not go into that cave
Right.
without me. We are
How
going
about,
to look through it because I haven't been
your,
cave
your,
ages.
your earlier comment of why don't we go down there now and investigate and get, prepare for the sheriff's arrival. If we go down there and kick up a hornet's nest, there's no one up here to defend the town, and the sheriff has asked us explicitly
Not saying we go down and kick up a hornet's nest. We go and have a look, see what's around, and then come back. If we go and we see and there is a
It's a different
goblin
econ.
nest,
Yes.
then we obviously do not engage the goblin's nest. And the
As soon as-
smartest thing to do at that point then would be blocking that up as soundly, strongly, structurally, solidly as possible, not setting up bells and noise traps.
We have a pickaxe if we really think it's best to close it. Or at least
There's
something.
stone masons in the town that we can get to patch it up.
How common knowledge are explosives?
Say again, sorry.
How common knowledge are explosives?
Um, explosives in the way you're thinking, pretty much unheard of.
How about mining?
Say again.
How about mining?
Mining, again, pretty much unheard of. The person to ask is standing right in front of you. If anyone's going to know anything about it, it's going to be a dwarf or a gnome of some sort.
But I wouldn't know anything about explosives.
You would
so,
not, most
well,
likely no. The only explosives that you've ever sort of seen are fireworks, and they're really hard to get a hold of because, yeah, expensive.
I actually know a little bit about explosives now that I have a rank in alchemy.
You,
Chemical explosives,
Yeah.
perhaps like
yeah,
chemicals that make them explode, but not gunpowder.
yeah.
That's more of an engineering thing.
On the
I also have
scale
engineering.
on the scale that you're looking for, it's not super common, no. And you probably haven't come across anything like that before. You probably
We don't have to worry about them using explosives to blow down the wall.
No, I'm suggesting we use explosives to collapse the cavern.
I don't know. We could get
We-
enough fireworks to do that.
I don't think we would even have
No.
this. I don't think we even have this conversation because it would be outside of our realm of thought. We wouldn't think of explosions. We had never seen
Yeah.
them.
Toshu will actually ask a very similar question of, Roran, do you have any idea of how to collapse the cavern very quickly?
Is the right man to
I
ask?
do some kind of check for that one.
Yeah, what does stone cutting usually fit
Stone
into?
cutting is a perception check to notice things in the stone.
Go ahead and roll me a. I'm assuming you don't have knowledge engineering or anything like that.
That is an intelligence check.
Yeah, just straight intelligence check and add your stone cunning bonus. Because it does
At the very least.
pertain to stone, so yeah.
At the very least, we could go talk to the Voron's teacher and get information that way. But that would not be something Toshi would know.
Yeah, Toshi probably wouldn't really be able to put two and two together on that one at the moment. Fortunately.
Toshi doesn't know what a firearm is, so...
Great
Toshi-
idea, Raven. Unfortunately, Toshi doesn't
Yeah.
have that information.
Well, there's always an alternative as a spell, like, you know, if something like I don't know, like an earthquake or something like a small tremor. So I know there's something you can do, like if it's like a druid spell or some kind of spell like that.
There are definitely
That-
spells like that for sure.
We probably wouldn't have any knowledge of them. Again,
Well,
but-
it's not even that you wouldn't have any knowledge of them. It's just that you don't know anyone that is able to do that.
They're in the legendary status of, yes, we know about them,
Yeah.
but we don't know how they work.
Or anyone that can do it.
Mhm.
Warren, your specific wheelhouse of genius is in metals and
Not stone.
construction materials, not raw uncut stone.
Yeah.
However, you do feel kind of instinctively, what's the word? Confident, I guess is a good word for it. Instinctively confident that if you were to able to look at something, you would probably be able to pick something out. It's like, okay, that's a weak point there. If you can exploit that, it'll come down a lot faster.
Both senses tingling.
Pretty much.
Kinda. But yeah.
It was a confidence
Do I
roll,
see
yes.
any weak points in the entrance of the cavern?
You weren't looking.
Awesome. Okay.
We'll have to go down together.
Can I look for some?
Are you going down there right
when
now?
we get there.
Oh, you
No,
probably
when
can,
we
yeah.
get there. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely look for some when you get there.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to turn to Rat and Solomon and go, I need both of you, or Merc and Solomon, my bad, to go. I need both of you to get me lots of oil. Like, not small little things of lantern oil. I'm talking clay pots full of lantern oil. Something that could keep it running for at least 3 days.
Let's,
Make sure they are
let's go
made out
down.
of clay. I need any amount of something that could ignite very quickly on top of that. I need string, the boring. Voron, I might need you to bang out a few things. I need the nails. I need a carpentry hammer, or better yet, I don't need nails, I need pythons.
Alright. At this point, Toshi, roll me an engineering check.
Okay.
So you guys know, the way craft works in the game is it's slow. I can't just
Yeah.
bang out type patterns.
Unfortunately. Alright.
I wondered
Good to know.
Not sure if it'll
did
work or
wonder
not.
if you could do bells. Because there's an item bell which is 5 gold coins each. It's like, that's too expensive. You do little ones.
Yeah. No, just take handfuls of scrap from.
And jangle it in buckets.
Well,
and things.
Thing about it is that if you set it up, all you need is 2 pythons across and a bell. So when somebody hits the string, it moves the bell into the python and rings it. That
So
one's pretty
that's
simple
a
enough.
very simple.
That
trap.
one's the most trap-like trap there is. The rest of it's literally just covering the entire floor with oil and telling them, if that bell goes off, light it up.
Okay, let's go to the Rusty Dragon, ask him if we can borrow their runner. We can get him to do a little bit of shopping as well. He will probably know the lay of the land better than us. and he'll have a good relationship with merchants as well. I can't remember what his name was. Guy who came here and collected the tankins.
You didn't ask his name.
Well, we can always ask somebody there. I know the little halfling probably might be working there, the young lady.
Sorry?
It was the little halfling girl that came and got the.
That was Bethana. Yeah.
Okay.
But there was another runner that collected something else at one point.
Right.
But yeah, no, you don't know what the runner's name is. You've never really interacted with him one-on-one.
Merc, you and I think, are on shopping duty. Toshi, you're going to go down and check out the cave to see what you need, and you can give us some details. As soon as we get to you with a bunch of oil, marbles, caltrops, and then we can talk about new wood and things to build a barricade. I'm good.
I just thought about it. We might want to check out some of the caverns, so then if we can collapse, we don't need to spend money.
Yeah. I think we go get a lantern and we check it out just from right there by the wall. We could see about 40, 50 feet down into it.
Well,
more light.
Yeah. So, sorry, go on. Go ahead.
That was everything I had to say. Yeah.
Right. So the 40 to 50 was where Wrath could see it stopped being carved, and became a natural cave system, possibly. When Merc put the dancing lights down, you did get the sense that it went on for a fair while. There was a slight sort of curve to the right. Just okay. Very slight.
Space for us to see that.
Yeah. It's quite
That's
long.
Enough space for us to see that collapsing the tunnel.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to collapse the whole cave. We may just want to collapse the tunnel. To my untrained eye and ear, sounds like a simple thing to do.
Fair.
I do have a question. On the map that we're on right now, where is the smuggler's hole and that sort of thing?
So right up on the top there, if you sort of right up at the top, it comes out about there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And there is sort of along there kind of thing.
Okay.
Like rock pools and that sort of stuff at the base of the cliff. That makes it so that you can walk along there. It's pretty dangerous, but you can do it. You have to be pretty not like light on your feet, but confident to be able to walk over it.
Gotta be open.
Put it this way, you probably don't want to go walking across that in full armor.
Oh, it'll be fine. Clink, clink, splash.
Right? You'll be fine. So yeah, so it sort of comes out that way.
Okay.
Okay. Let's get started, shall we? Ooh, nice.
What is that?
Very well.
I don't know, but that's really fancy.
Oh, that's very fancy, and I love it. So, actual actions. What are you guys doing? What is the first thing that you guys are doing?
I'm going to say Merc and I, if this is right with you, Merc, we're going to head to the Rusty Dragon, grab a runner, and go start shopping.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would suggest we do a little bit of investigation just in case we can get through without spending money.
well, I mean, you see him basically, his hands glow, and there's 4 of his dancing lights. It's like, I can send him at least about 100 feet away from me. So these can go pretty far for us. So we don't need like a light source at the moment. And just go from there.
Okay.
Solomon's the only one that can't see down there. So
Well, Solomon is the only one without low light or dark vision.
um,
So
I
we
think
do need lights.
Well,
Sorry.
there's one thing we can always grab is I think it's called a sun rod, like at a place like kind of like a glow stick. You snap it and it works for like 6 hours.
It's only as good as a lantern and can't be refilled. Lanterns can last 6 hours and be refilled.
And also, I don't think we can get a sun rod here.
Right.
So,
if you want to
in-
go down and check out the tunnel, we can do that.
Yep.
I think.
Okay, so you want to check out the tunnel first.
I don't
probably a
think
good
we're
idea that
gonna
we all go.
Let's all go down together. If there is
Okay.
something down there, we should probably take it all together instead of two of us going, oh shit, and then running.
got 2 guards there, you'll be fine.
No, that's why me and Solomon didn't go down through there. We just kind of looked down there, and I was kind of like getting an idea of what we might have to deal with.
Yep. And that's what I'm suggesting.
You guys are keen to go down, let's go down.
Okay. So, you all get yourselves together. I'm assuming you're all armed and armored up. Just in case. You head
Do you wanna
down.
leave the house for that out of it?
Of course.
Just in case, yeah.
Yeah.
Is Born always in like half their armor and
At
have their
l-
weapon across their back?
I'm always in all of my armor except for my helmet, and
So you
except for when I'm sleeping or at home. Anytime I gotta leave the house, is fully armored up.
Okay. So you head down into the basement of the glassworks and along the smuggler's tunnel. The guards again sort of are ready for you as you come around the corner. You know, they're very alert, which is good, very attentive. They immediately recognize you and they say, "Ah, back again. Is there anything you need from us at this point?"
But we just want to have a look at this cave that Solomon and Merc surveyed earlier.
Of course. Feel free. And they gesture you towards the tunnel. You head down, and a few hundred feet down the tunnel, you do see the other two guards, and you hear again that halt. Identify yourselves.
It's Doji.
Master Warren or Father Warren.
Step forward slowly.
Mhm. Step forward, hands up.
Yep. And they relax as you sort of step into the torchlight that they've got going.
Yep.
And they nod towards you two, Merc and Solomon. They do seem a little jittery, not gonna lie.
Looking at him, Solomon kind of just still shaking his head.
They say they turn around and say, "It's like, have you organized some?"
We're working on it. We just wanted to look at it first.
Of course.
Might be able to-
Yes.
We might be able to collapse it, and that way we don't need to trap it.
Fair.
Or the trap is a collapsing tunnel. We'll see.
Fair. Well, feel free. We unfortunately are not able to accompany you, so be safe. We don't know what's down this tunnel at the moment.
Just need to
Well,
get some
then
more water.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, I hope we can figure that out for you.
That is our hope as well. We did have a very
30 minutes
quick,
later.
yeah. 30 minutes later, everyone's dead.
30
Yeah.
minutes later, 45 rust
Ooh.
monsters.
Yeah, right. 45 rust monsters, and they just eat the entire town. Fine.
Yep.
Whoever
Alright.
shot
40
versus Zambi. Right.
45
I still
rust
think collapsing
monsters,
this tunnel is a
and
bad idea. Not that
using it as
it's
a
a bad
trap is
idea.
if we can figure out
It's
how
not
to set it
a
up.
bad idea as a trap. I think it's a bad idea in that we're getting rid of potentially a resource for us, somewhere the town can hide, if needed to. Potentially, there's deeper in this cave some way out that doesn't go out onto a beach where they're trapped on a peninsula. I think it would be a bad idea to lose this resource without knowing everything that's down here.
When we
It might
explore it,
be a good
figure out a
mushroom
good weak point. Find a good weak point and then have it as a plan.
I don't see a
This is
problem with
why
picking a plan, a backup. Hopefully a last resort, but we do what we must.
it's very difficult to remove cavern spaces. I know alchemists can make things that go boom, but I'm not sure that'll be enough for this. And I'm no alchemist currently.
Fair enough. So, what are you guys doing? You're standing here at this tunnel entrance.
Mhm.
Varun, I know
look
you wanted to look for a weak spot.
Yeah.
To go ahead and
I would
make
like to
a
check the
perception
ground.
check.
That's not including the +2 for stone colors.
Wonderful. Because it is for the first 40 feet at least, which is pretty much all you can see at this point. There's the extra 20 feet of the more natural cavern, which you instinctively know probably narrowed kind of thing, because it seems to narrow and form a not like a point, sort of probably ending about where this tunnel is ish.
Yeah.
For the first 60 or so feet, there doesn't seem to be any weaknesses that you feel like you could exploit to collapse the cavern.
So,
Since we're inside, can I check the ground for any tracks?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll
Perception?
Yeah,
also do so.
yeah.
Trap check. I now have a really, really good check my perception.
Alrighty. Neither of you see any traps or anything like that. The ground's a little
Track,
uneven,
sorry.
but that's about it. Oh, tracks?
Yes.
No, neither of you see any tracks or anything like that.
Right. Oh, whatever's been down here, must have been light. I don't see any markings. There's, wasn't that bear we heard about.
Are sneaky little fuckers, to put it very lightly.
Fair enough.
They also like to
Wanna
burn shit.
go
So,
further in.
who wants to lead?
I will.
I'm gonna object if we get more than about 40 feet down.
Okay, cool. So you definitely get about 40 feet down. Solomon pipes up.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Do we really want to be? Do we really want to be going and poking the hornet's nest right now? I mean, if you guys all decide that that's what you want to do, I'll be with you. But I don't think it's
What do
the right thing for us to do.
Around, like, what is the cave system that we are looking into as we're walking down?
At this point, about 40 feet in, which is just where that the carved part ends, it's sort of long and curves off to your right. it sort of widens a little bit, so it's probably about 8 feet by,
Right.
say, 9 feet tall. So it's not
Yep.
quite, you guys could probably move side by side if you really wanted to. Yeah.
So,
And Born probably could.
Solomon, this is still just like the entrance
Yeah.
of the cave. We're not actually looking at anything yet. Just coming this far is not going to give us any more information. We need to go a little bit further until we can see a bit more, and then we can decide to go from there.
You also have to remember that there's a difference between poking a hornet's nest and walking near one.
Being a human who can't see far in the dark, I don't normally see far enough to know when I've stumbled into the hornet's nest. But okay, if this is the decision that everyone's making, I'm with you.
Walk slowly and keep a hand on Merc. I feel that will be the safest for you.
Right. I'm gonna go second to the back if we're walking in a line.
Yep.
So I'd walk another, or until the cave sort of widens again, significantly. Noticeably, rather. Noticeably.
Right.
Significantly. Noticeably.
Okay. So you walk probably. So as you walk, it does have a very gradual sort of right hand sort of turn. You lose sight of the torchlight behind you after about 100 feet.
Cool.
And then it sort of kind of hairpins on itself and then heads deeper. It doesn't widen, it actually kind of narrows a little. Nothing too crazy, probably around about that 5 to 6 feet by... it's sort of narrow and tall, so it's still the same height, it's just narrowed a little.
Where's my gear? That's a tool.
So are we moving quietly or are we just walking through?
Well, we've stopped now, but just before the hairpin, or just after the hairpin, rather. It would be significant enough change for me to stop. Okay, well, obviously it goes down. So to go down, we're going to have to actually, go down and commit to going into this place. Does anybody have any reservations about going further?
Only insofar as it seems like not what the sheriff would like us to do.
Yeah,
Otherwise, no reservation.
Well, if there's any trouble, like I'm basically, I'm gonna use what I know. Like I'm basically effectively using detect magic ahead of us in case if there's some kind of magical presence. I can go, give fair warning before. So
Yep, not a
I got
problem.
at least that covered.
You don't sense any magic other than what you guys already have on you, if you have anything, which I don't believe you do at this point.
She is glowing like a major artifact. No, just kidding.
If only. So you don't sense any magic, from what you can tell or anything like that.
So who can see right now and who can't?
I can see it very well. I think it's Solomon who can't see it very well.
I can see better than some other people in the dark, but yeah.
So,
Probably not as well as anyone else, yeah.
okay. I'm going to light a torch and hand it to Wrath then. Merc. Actually, what's our marching order? I'm in the front.
Right behind you.
I'm second to the back.
So Solomon.
So, yeah, I mean, as I said, I can
And-
cast dancing lights. You know, it lasts for a minute, so I can keep constantly casting it.
That's right, we've got torches, we might as well use them. I will hand it to Solomon then,
Okay.
and go hold this. You don't want the torch at the front of the line because the person at the front of the line can't see.
Since we're in a tunnel, then I guess I'll go at the back.
No, mid of the line is good.
Okay.
Which is about where you are. So I want to grab out a bit of chalk from my pack and just put a mark on the wall.
Yeah, not a worry. Super easy. Done.
And then just be like, are we going down?
I'm ready.
Cool. So we'll start going down. We'll go. Is it like a slope or steps or what is the
So
environment
it's
in front of
it's
me?
it's a slope. It's kind of it's not like super steep, but it's just less than a 45-degree angle. So footing could be a little treacherous if you can't really see what you're doing or where you're going or anything like that. However, torches, that helps. And for everyone who has dark vision, not an issue. So yeah, it's sort of kind of like switchbacks on itself, kind of things, like a hairpin turn, and heads down on that sort of like kind of not quite 45-degree angle. You can't quite see the bottom, but you do see at the edge of your dark vision, it does look like it's sort of leveling out a little. You're not 100% sure exactly how long it's going to take to level out, but it looks like it does level out eventually.
It's going with mind your footing, move slowly, and start moving slowly down the slope, being careful not to slip or over roll, over move, whatever.
Yeah, not a problem. So sorry.
I'm following you guys.
Yeah, I was about to
so
say.
I
I'm
assume
sure
you're-
everyone heads off. About 50 feet, like I said, it does start to level out. However, it does level out slower, and now about another 50 feet down, it begins to it finally bottoms out. You feel like you're probably 70 feet below sea level, Warren.
Good start.
Yeah.
So when we get to the flat water, what is the environment like? Is it just more of the narrow cave, or does it move, open up?
Well, in fact, you said you can see 60 feet ahead.
Yep.
It's at this point where it's there seems to be an opening of some sort. Can't quite see it. It's just on the cusp of your vision, off to the right, and then the cavern sort of curves off to the left and disappears around itself. Allow me to give you guys a bit of an idea of what you're looking.
Oh no, I went blind.
No, you didn't. Alright, so in the very bottom left-hand corner, where you guys are going to be. You're a little bit further out than this, but bear with me. And I'll fix your characters in just a moment. It's not what I do, but okay. Okay, so Warren was first, Toshi, Solomon, and then Merc.
Toshi.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just okay. Cool. There we go.
So, how long have we been walking for? How long have we been
Probably
making?
about 5 minutes or so ish. Nothing, not super long. And you probably would have been taking it a little slowly. You know,
Yeah.
It's dark. Solomon can't really move too fast with just the torch. However, those of you that have dark vision, which I believe is everyone, roll me a sense motive check. Hmm?
Pretty sure it's just Merc and I. Twitch has low light vision.
Okay. Merc, you're standing right behind Solomon. He's definitely stepping more sure than you feel he should be. So you see an opening to your right, and the cavern curves around to the left. You're about 60 feet away at this point from the cavern, so don't worry too much about the where you are on the map. I just don't have a bigger map.
Okay. I'm gonna stop and be like, I'm gonna say, sorry,
Mhm.
for so this looks like this looks like the place where things start getting difficult, dangerous, and actually caverny rather than just the landing pad. Do we want to turn back and regroup and get everything that we wanted to do with the traps and then go further in tomorrow, or what do you want to do?
I feel continuing on would be a great idea because we see a cavern. That's all we know. We need more information, is what I'm saying.
Solomon? No. We are a group,
Yes.
not a dictatorship.
Sorry, how was
I mean, yeah, I would say that, I would say maybe put a little more idea how like what stuff goes, but as I said, I wouldn't want to go properly, like totally surprised going in here because we really don't know what's down here, and just
Would we be totally surprised though, where our capable selves fully equipped? Yeah.
And let's be honest, you are kind of expecting trouble.
Yeah.
So you're not unprepared.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
What do you want
Toshi
to do,
already-
Warren? Do you want to proceed?
I feel like we should go. Push further.
I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to going or
I mean,
back.
going in. I feel like we should go
Yes,
in.
I'm not opposed to going in. I'm also not opposed to going back. My only thought is the sheriff asked us to be in town, but hey, if we're under the town, protecting the town, well, I can swing that one.
It sounds like
I
you
could
guys are in
swing.
town now, right? Sounds like you're in town to me.
He asked us to.
Yeah, we're
He asked us to stick around, as in don't leave town and go somewhere else while he was out. If we come down and explore for a little bit and then go back, then it's not like we're ditching town. We're not really acting against
Okay,
his wishes.
I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to us continuing.
Cool. So 3 out of 4 for forward.
We're going forward. We're going forward. That's totally fine with me.
Alright, cool. So I'll move up to the fork.
Okay. As you sort of come to pretty much right there, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
No, I refuse to roll any more dice tonight.
Cool.
Do you want me to make a perception
Yeah,
check
Toshi
too?
can make another one.
Okay.
All right. Toshi, you hear something scratching, sort of in this open cabin kind of thing. Voron, you see that there is a jutting wall in front of you there. You can't see what's on the other side. However, you are far enough ahead and far enough in to see there's nothing that you can see in that in that sort of area. However, there may be something behind that wall. Maybe you can't see behind it. Toshi, you definitely hear some sort of scratching of some kind. Just like a shuffling, moving.
Stage whispers. Vorin, stop. Let me.
I had already stopped.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I see any further up this way?
There's something I hear.
Okay.
All right. So as you're sort of
corner?
doing this, just as a note,
Is there a corner?
Solomon is messing with his torch. He's kind of covering it up. And sort of not like quite plunges you guys into darkness, but definitely sort of hides it, and he's just messing with the torch. Something weird's going on. Just after this bend here, there is another slight there's pretty much a right turn.
Yep.
So, and then you can't
Okay,
quite
you're gonna
see
have to
too much
tell me-
further than that.
Okay.
Question,
Was it
Toshi?
in B1 that I heard the
Correct.
scratching?
Yes. It's from that direction, yeah.
Solomon, what are you doing?
Are you okay?
I'm not sure. I heard a voice earlier, and I didn't mention anything because it was in my head. I'm sure it was in my head. I can see without the torch. Did someone cast a spell on me?
That's not good.
I'm casting detect magic on him, see if it's seeing if he's actually telling the truth, and see if any particular something radiating off from him.
So normally when you pass detect magic over a person, not everyone, but anyone who has innate magic has a very, very slight aura of magical ability. Solomon did not have that before. He does now. Something has changed. You're not 100% sure what it is. It is not... actually, go ahead and roll me a spellcraft check, Merc.
All right.
And Voron, what's your AC? There's a 24, hit it. as you see out of the corner of your eye, as you look back towards Solomon, something rushed towards you. And just grow and expand in size and just devours you in one hit. Never mind.
Save it from the bad rolls.
Oh, that's not looking like a nice
Merc,
thing.
good to know. As a hairless humanoid lurching on back-bent dog-like legs, its hideous mouth flanked by tiny arms with 3-fingered hands, carrying a polearm of some kind, rushes at you and swings down at Vorin, doing 7 points of damage.
6 points of damage.
6 points of damage. And Merc, he has not had any spells cast on him. Definitively, he has not had any spells cast on him. I'm going to need everyone to roll me an initiative check in just one moment. Just wait.
Pick on our characters first.
Yes.
No, I'm doing it now.
Bro!
I think he should be allowed to roll IRL now.
Yeah, no. Y'alls.
At least it's not just you.
Oh my god. Oh no.
I can't say that the last 3 or 4 rolls I had were nat 20s, and they were on skill checks. I'm like, oh my god, what the heck?
Wow. Rough. Why is this? Oh my god. Bear with me. My internet is incredibly slow right now. Come on. Just do what? Do as you are told.
Creatures is a free action, right?
Say again, sorry?
Identifying creatures is a free action, right?
I mean, you can certainly try. I'm not even going to try to do that.
Be under knowledge.
Yeah, so if you've got knowledge dungeoneering, go ahead and roll me one. Toshi?
I have them all except for planes and religion.
Nice.
I got the planes.
What the religion?
Nice. So go ahead and roll me a knowledge. You have never seen anything like this before. It's weird and gross.
First part I got.
Yeah. What are you doing, Toshi? Your turn.
Oh, it's my turn. I go first. Oh shit.
Yep. Help.
As a part of my move action, I draw my rapier.
Yep.
And then I'm going to attempt to acrobatics over here to over here.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, not an issue. You move.
Except-
Oh, actually.
Hmm?
Because you're moving through Voron Square, it is harder. So.
Okay.
So a 10 is not going to hit. I misrolled. So a 10 is not going to hit your AC. So it swings at you and misses.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, you are more than fine to move to where you wanted to move.
Am I now flanking?
You are not. So flanking, which you can actually get into, it would be here. Yeah, it has to be a straight line, sort of through the center.
Okay.
Kind of thing. Any one of those.
I'm gonna move. If you stand where you were before, when I move, it'll set up flanking because I can't stay here. No, maybe probably not.
We can't stand there though.
Yeah.
No, but if I was gonna come down here,
Oh, okay.
but
I'll still be flanking.
You are currently flanking here where you are. So,
Yeah.
make of that what you will.
Seriously, can I open up my thank you character sheet? This is going to be at a +2.
Yep.
And you should get your sneak attack too.
Yep.
Nice. So
So is that confirmed crit?
Yeah.
It certainly is, actually. Is that a natural? No, that's an 18. So yeah. Definitely. 6, 10, 12. All right.
Hey guys, look.
Come around and
damage I can-
skewer it right in sort of under where you assume its ribs may be? Question mark. It sort of lets out this horrible noise at you and sort of swings around to the back to face not quite to face you, but sort of to put Voron on one side and you on the other.
Okay, that's the end of my turn.
Yep. Its turn. It is gonna be very mad. And it's going to swing at you with that pole
That's a
arm.
win.
That is not gonna hit. And then it goes to, as it sort of follows through, it reaches forward and its neck, it's kind of all hunched up like this, but its neck kind of like extends out at you and just chomps like right in front of your face. And misses again, so lucky you guys. Merc, your turn.
All right, I'm seeing this thing.
Yep.
I'll move about there.
Mm-hmm. What you doing?
I'm gonna cast Acid Splash on it.
Acid Splash, not a problem. Go for it. And that'll be against Touch AC, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
The one nice thing about all the cantrips is that they're against touch.
Right? So good.
The damage
12.
sure isn't.
12 does hit. Go ahead and roll 1d3. Cool. It sort of splashes on its shoulder. Doesn't seem to phase it too much. But Solomon, your turn.
Seeing it's possibly a little bit crowded out there, I'm going to use my move action to do the Brawler's Cunning.
Mhm.
I'm going to take Flag Bearer. I'm going to say, "This is Sandpoint," and
Okay.
everybody gets +1 morale bonus when attack rolls, weapon damage
Yep.
rolls, and saving throws against fear and charm effects.
Fair enough. You guys
Keep
notice
your-
that Solomon at this point has straight up dropped the torch. It's rolling away. But you definitely get the sense that he can see what's going on. Somehow.
Right?
Sorry.
And I'm going to ready the rest of my action if I can. Can I?
Okay. So that was a move action. What do you... So you can ready a standard
Stab it if it
action.
comes close.
Yep, stab it if it wants. Stab it if it comes closer. Yeah, for sure. Can do. Voron, your turn.
I think I've put step back to there so that I can actually hit it.
An issue, go for it. Go ahead and roll an attack roll.
I don't wanna.
Still considered flanking,
That's fair.
right?
No, unfortunately not. However, a 22 does hit, and as you sort of use the leverage, it's a 9-foot ceiling, so it's not too it's not too tall. However, you're short, so it sort of balances out, and you flick and smack and absolutely cave in this thing's head as it. You hear a sickening crunch, and its entire skull is caved in on one side and hits the ground hard and does not move.
Good.
All right, I look at Variant. It's like we might want to get a better look at this thing, try to figure out what it is.
Yes, please bring me the light. Toshi glares at Solomon.
Yes, I think the torch, if it's still burning, rekindle it. Get over.
Yeah, not a worry.
May I attempt it again? I'm gonna take longer this time.
Sure. Since you're not in combat, you can have another check. Not
What check is this?
quite rules as written, but go for it.
It doesn't actually have that I can't retry knowledge check from what
You
I
can only
found.
retry once per day, technically.
Okay.
But because it was in combat, you didn't quite get a good look at it. I'll give you another go. Not an issue. Cool.
I mean, I'm trained in knowledge dungeoneering. Can I get a chance to roll that too, or no?
Assist.
You can,
Yeah.
you can assist, but it won't be quite your own. Like, you can assist. So go ahead and roll for sure. And if you succeed, yeah, cool. So 16, 17 for Toshi.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'd also be fine with assisting Merc in this as raw rules.
Yep.
This is the high charge. Okay.
There we go. Retry, no. That's fine. But anyway.
Oh, really?
Yep, for this one.
Monster. Oh, okay. But then I would just say it would be me helping.
So
Wrath
between the two of you, it's right on the tip of your tongue, Toshi. You have seen something like this before, maybe in a book or something. You're not 100% sure. Merc sort of steps up and sort of looks over it, and you notice, Merc, that its face is twisted into an absolute vision of anger, at least the half that is not destroyed. Just pure fury. And you probably make a comment about that, saying how wrathful it looks. And that snaps right in your brain, Toshi. This is a Wrathspawn.
That's not good.
What one thing do you want to know about Wrathspawn?
I would be its type dungeoneering. I at least have an idea of what its type could be.
Yeah.
Does it have any damage reductions or energy reductions?
It does not.
Or would that be two questions? Okay.
If it bleeds, you can kill it.
Sometimes it does bleed and you can't.
That's fair. This one, however, you don't seem to feel has that sort of ability. You do remember something about... You can't quite recall all of the information. There's usually no more than 10 in any given area, and 10 is actually a lot for any given area. So it may not be... There may not be too many around, or it may be by itself. You're not 100% sure how many others there will be, or even if this was the only one.
Check its body, see what it has on it.
Alrighty. So...
It's definitely dead, right?
Oh, yeah, like its brain's leaking on the ground. It's 100% definitely dead.
He's not gonna get up and
You're fine.
at us from behind.
You'll be fine.
Cool.
So she stabs it again just to make sure.
Yep, it's dead. It just... No issues. So it has the polearm, which if anyone wants to roll an appraise check, feel free.
I will.
All right, between the three of you,
Well,
four of you, between the four of you, this
it would
is, and
make sense
actually,
that the
it's
weapon
actually Voron. You know what this is. This is a Ransur. Just get an image of it up so I can explain it. It's a long. It's a spear. However, it's got 3 points instead of just the one. This one in particular has one very long point, and then 2 points that come out and up, sort of on in a curve kind of thing, like so. It is meant for stabbing more than anything, and it is not a reach weapon.
It's a bit like a boar
it is
hunting
a reach
spear.
weapon.
It is a reach weapon.
It is
Oh.
a reach weapon.
There you go. It's a reach weapon. I definitely misread that. My bad. However, you do also. It does also seem to have a, like, it has pockets, kinda. Like the clothing is tattered and just torn and gross. But in a pocket you do find 3 gems. Malachite, rock quartz, and turquoise. The 3 of them together valued about 31 gold.
Not too bad.
At that point, we are
Go
going to
near the
take
ground
it.
and attempt to listen.
Cool. Not worry. We are going to take a very quick break because we are 2 hours in, and we'll take a quick 5-10 minute break. I'm going to be hanging out in the chat for a little while, so don't go anywhere. I'll be there to answer any questions that you guys have. Thanks for watching so far, and we will be back in about 5-10 minutes. Alrighty? And we'll pick up with Toshi listening around to see what she can hear.
I'll also be in chat too.
Awesome. You can jump into chat. It's all good. And welcome back, everybody. Before the break, I'm sure you all were here still and listening. Toshi was listening around, so straight up, let's just jump straight back into it. I have you all unmuted now. So let's jump straight back into it. Roll me a perception check, Toshi.
Okay. And you do have the rules for listening to the ground, right?
I am pulling them up now.
Okay. They're probably not trying to hide, but still.
No, that's all good. 12. 16.
The ear to the ground helps reduce the penalties, listening penalties. If I read it correctly.
Yeah, you don't really hear anything. Yeah, you don't really hear anything.
Don't trust it.
Okay, which way do we want to go?
Straight.
Further in this way or up here? And there's another.
Yeah,
Down
you guys haven't looked around the back of what that yeah, around the back of there yet. If would you like to?
Well, that's what Warren was just asking.
Which I could go.
So from there, Toshi, that's sort of what you see there.
Okay.
Oren,
And they move around.
dead end.
Cool.
However, it does. There are what looks to be remains of a meal of some sort, and not hastily discarded, but just lazily discarded.
Okay, good.
What was the meal?
Meat of some kind. Roll me a survival check. Or knowledge nature, actually, is probably better.
Very good.
You
How many
have
dwelling we have to have?
no idea.
Oops.
The skull is kind of like... It's still got bits of hair and stuff. It's like short hair. It's kind of greyish. Kind of angular. That's about all you get. Not 100% sure what it is. Alright, so from there, Varn, you see... Because you are first in line.
Mhm.
What's your 60 feet dark vision, yes?
Yep.
I have 10. Oh, okay. You see quite far back into a room of some kind. There. It is carved and it is stonework.
Okay, I'll let everyone know.
So
Down
from
this...
here, also, you see up on your left another opening, and you can't quite see around the corner, so I should actually probably hide some of that. That's probably about what you see. So it does sort of curve off to the left there.
So there's a carved stone constructed room down this path. Do you want to go and check that out?
Yes, that'd be a good idea. Who wants to stand out here and guard? Like, I will be standing in the pathway unless you need me, Vorn, but I think it's best if you walk in first. You seem to have taken that hit much better than I guess the rest of us will.
Cool.
What do I see?
So from here, you see the open. Two. 60 at all. In 600. In what?
The pygmies, 60 pygmy goblins.
The original purpose of this chamber is unclear, but large mounds of rubble lie strewn on its floor. The wall to the west, nice, Toshi, has been torn down to reveal a tunnel leading to the west. That is where you have just entered through. There is a door to your left. It is closed.
Cool.
Check for traps.
Cool. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. As Varun
Try to
walks
spring
through
every-
all of the traps. You don't find any.
Good.
However, what you do notice is that most of the rubble here seems to have been consists mostly of broken urns and other pottery. You're not 100% sure exactly what for, but most of the rubble is broken pottery.
Are there any symbols on the pot?
No.
Okay, so that rules out religious or cultural, so
Okay.
somebody was just hiding their pot down here.
Wow. Wow.
Would like to carefully open this door.
All right. Not an issue. Carefully open the door, and there is a very short hallway, about 15 feet, that turns to the left.
Hallway, we're going to check it out.
Don't you notice anything different about Solomon right now? Toshi's taking a nice look at Solomon because there was a bit of a scuffle between how things were going,
Roll me a sense motive
especially
check.
with the okay.
Solomon, do you still have the torch? Or did you hand that
Yeah.
over to Toshi? You are muted, my man.
Oops.
Happens.
There we go. Sorry.
Cool.
I took the torch over to Toshi when she asked for
Mhm.
to examine the body. I don't know if she took it from me or if I'm still holding it.
This is about Toshi. Will let you hold it.
Okay. I would have still been holding it then,
Okay.
but not really using it.
Yeah, he is holding the torch sort of down to the side and out of the way. If you know, because you need to, if you're using a torch, you sort of hold it up and in front of you as far as you can to get that light as far forward as you can so you can see in front of you, especially if you're in a dangerous situation like this. He's holding it down and to the side.
Solomon,
It's
you feeling
weird.
okay?
Apart from hearing voices in my head, yeah,
What were those voices saying?
there's something about needing to fix this, and then I could kind of see. I was holding the torch at the time, so all I really noticed is I could see further, and then the torch wasn't really making a difference. So
Describe the voice.
deep. It said something in some language that I didn't recognize, and then I assume it was a language. It made some sounds in my head, and then it said, "I need to fix this," and the lights on.
Do you you remember the exact conversation? It only happened like a few minutes ago. So if you so wish, I can repeat the what was said word for word.
I'll stick with what I've said.
Not
to
a problem.
you.
Love that.
I won't remember it.
Yeah, no, that's all good.
Cool.
He's going to be
So,
watching Solomon very closely.
Okay. Toshi, from what you can tell, Solomon does not need that torch.
Yep, and I don't trust that. That means there's something fishy. Because Solomon is human, correct?
we know you're human.
Solomon is fishy.
So, I'll ask again. Hallway. Going in?
Yes.
Right. Just one yes. Okay, sure.
I'm gonna query, should we explore the cave anymore? Or, I mean, we don't want to come out and find whatever we just killed couldn't open these doors. So there's more of whatever we just killed in the cave.
It did have functional hands. It was using weaponry. There is absolutely no reason that you feel it wouldn't be able to open doors.
Okay.
Unless it was
Then I'm going to
exceptionally
ignore myself and carry on.
No, I'm just letting you know. This is what your character would know. There's no reason that it wouldn't be able to use doors. That's all. I'm not telling you how to play a character or anything like that. I'm just saying.
I'll just go with it, guys. Yeah.
Like, there are many reasons why you can't open a door, honestly.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you guys
sorry about
don't
that, yeah.
see any reasons. There is a long hallway from here. Immediately about 10 feet ahead of you, it heads to the right, and then there is an opening, sort of opens up into a larger room, and an opening to the left you feel like might join up to the other one, and then you see maybe the edge of a statue of some kind and a door right at the far end.
Wrath, you coming?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Or Max?
All right.
Statue at the
Go
front.
up there and just
We just
confirm
move
that
past the
joins.
door.
Yes or no? Confirm that joins together there.
Certainly does.
Cool.
And from here, you see that's probably about what you can see. Stairs that lead up.
Okay.
So
What can you see in that hallway?
just as a note, in this larger room,
Yep.
a red marble statue, and Solomon, you see all the way to the end of that hallway, and there's an opening to the right at the end. A red marble statue of strikingly beautiful, but at the same time monstrously enraged human woman stands in the middle of this room, her stony expression twisted in fury. The woman wears flowing robes, and her long hair is held back from her face by an intricate headdress of hooks and blades. In her left hand, she carries a large book, the face of which is inscribed with a 7-pointed star. In her right hand, seemingly separate from the statue, holds a glittering metal and ivory ranseur.
Can I make a religion check, please?
You can.
What's DC to assist?
You don't feel like this has any religious implications whatsoever. DC to assist is 10. So untrained you can assist.
Okay.
No one's gonna make a difference.
Would I be able to do a history
Yeah, go for it.
or local?
Yeah, history's fine.
Okay. History. Okay. Not bad.
You're really not sure. You definitely agree with Voron. It doesn't seem to have any real religious significance.
Does the face look recognizable?
Not to you, no. You don't recognize it.
Not to the pictures in the book?
No.
Is it three-fingered thing like the monster we killed?
Yeah,
Or is it
it's
like
very
the
similar
human?
weapon. Very, very similar weapon, except the shaft. Whereas the monsters was the Wrathspawns was wooden. This one is metallic. Actually, quite well made. And the head is made from ivory. So
Can
it
you
doesn't seem
imagine?
to be. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. You go.
It doesn't seem to be. It seems to be possibly ceremonial more than anything.
Wrath, can you sense magic? Murph.
Alright. Yeah, I extend my hand out at it and
Yeah.
see if I can sense anything coming from it.
There is no magic coming from the statue or the book or the Rand sewer. There is no magic. However, it does look real pretty.
I
The
don't
weapon.
trust that.
Oh, sorry.
Actually, I tell a lie. I misspoke. It is a functional weapon. It is not a functional weapon. It is a functional weapon.
Just real pretty.
In fact, Vorin, go ahead and roll me an appraise check. Doesn't matter if you don't have any points in it or anything like that. This is more... Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. It is a masterwork weapon.
Cool. Very nice.
If anything, it'd be worth something.
Yes, and the
Let's-
statue's what's getting me.
Not,
It is definitely worth a few hundred gold pieces at least.
Let's not loot random statues of quite angry beings. While it may not appear magical, it's not nice to desecrate people's art.
It's already desecrated, then it doesn't really matter. But I
Doesn't
do
look
agree.
like it's desecrated to me. Looks like
I mean, it's
fine
dusty
work.
and worn. The statue itself is dusty and worn for sure, but there's nothing down here to wear it away more than just straight up time.
So we have a choice. We can either go down this hallway that Solomon's in front of, we can go up to the door above us, or back out into the cave system, or go up the steps.
Let's finish
Yvonne?
exploring this hall.
Yeah. Born, could you
Yeah.
do me a very, very big favor?
What's that?
Touch the statue with your weapon.
Why?
I don't trust it.
Okay. Walk
Better
over.
we attack
and-
it now if it's living or animated, then let it sit there and surprise us later.
Just gonna say a prayer under my breath. Just gently.
Yep.
Don't want to wreck any of the workmanship.
Yeah.
Tap the statue.
Absolutely no response whatsoever.
Cool.
Actually, I tell a lie. It responds exactly how a statue would respond.
Cool. It's fine, Toshi. Let's go. Solomon, do you want me to take?
Fireball 20 times. Yes.
Yeah, you're better in the lead.
Alright.
We'll move down.
Move down
Oh.
to the end.
Just
Slowly
I
and
don't know if you
carefully, I
remember.
assume.
But I don't know if you remember that Stone Cunning gives me an automatic check against any
Secret
door, hidden
doors,
door.
weird stuff. 100%.
Yeah.
I remember.
in Stone. Cool.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Yeah. Definitely.
And you've got my back.
Definitely keep reminding me on that, because that is definitely something I will forget eventually.
Yeah.
Just going to open up
Okay.
the entire room for you.
Detect magic is a very, very useful thing that I once annoyed a GM with.
Oh, that's fair.
The same with detect undead, because every time we walked into a room, I said, "Is there any magic? Is there any dead?"
That's fair. Oh, I'm with you. The tunnel widens here into what appears to have once been a small shrine. To the northeast, steps lead up to a platform of grey stone. Sitting atop the platform is an ancient altar, little more than a jagged block of black marble with a shallow concavity on top of it. This basin is filled with what appears to be filthy water.
I don't trust that. Black marble is never good.
There is a set of doors directly across from you, right down.
And
yeah.
is this just a wall?
That is just a wall.
Have you never read an adventure book, Warren?
So we're going through these doors.
Like,
Mark, are you keeping up?
Yep.
red and black are two very bad colors with symbolic qualities.
What you doing up there, Solomon?
Uh-oh.
Having a look.
Having a look?
Not tampering with anything, but I have walked up to it.
Okay.
So she's going to be ready to shoot Solomon if they attempt to activate the
That's
altar
hilarious.
or
Fair.
mess with it.
That's fair. It's hilarious. I love it.
Something's going on with Solomon.
It seems
Toshi
like she's
no
glaring
trust.
at me. I'm going to retreat.
All right. I'm gonna open these doors. We're
Mhm.
ready.
Don't forget you have lay on hands, so if you want to heal yourself before we go in.
I know. I'm
Okay.
away.
Just reminding.
Um,
Uh,
yes,
I'll do
we're
it
all
as quickly
good.
as possible. Yes, I'm ready.
Ready?
Cool.
Toshi, ready as
Open
an
the door.
arrow.
Mhm.
Fire.
Cool. Not a worry.
See
Alrighty.
anything in there.
No problems. So,
Especially if it's moving when it should be.
Did anyone take that ransom from the thing we killed? Did anyone
No.
else? If you didn't, I would have.
You're welcome to it, dude, if you want to.
Thank you.
okay.
You are now cursed.
How are you opening the door? Slowly, carefully,
Okay.
just kick through
Yep.
it.
No. Carefully crack one side, I guess.
Yep. Left or right?
Open. Right, because my brain said left straight away, so right.
Good to know. This huge room looks like nothing more than an immense underground cathedral. Stone doors stand to either side of the main entrance, but beyond this, the walls are carved with strange, spiky runes. In the center of the room is a large pool with a ring of polished human skulls balanced on the stone spikes, arranged in a circle around the deeper midsection. At the far end of the room, a pair of stone stairways leads up to a pulpit on which sits a second pool. This one triangular and filled with churning, bubbling water that looks almost like translucent lava. Yet, while wisps of what look like heat and steam rise from the strange orange liquid, the room itself is deathly cold. Immediately to your right, so you open the door and then you get a view of another Wrathspawn standing 10 feet away from you, within reach. Also, roll me a perception check, everybody. And actually, as soon as you all roll a perception check, go ahead and roll initiative checks, please.
Solomon. That's a nice roll you got there.
Thank you very much. I am perceptive, if somewhat slow in my reaction.
Okay, fine. Can you stop it? Okay, we're just gonna have to deal with my internet being slow because I'm mad, but whatever. Oh boy.
Shitty roll.
Say again, sorry?
First of the shitty rolls for Vorin.
What do you mean first of the shitty rolls? Back to the shitty rolls.
Curse of.
Did you guys roll your perception checks?
Got a 6. More perception.
Oh, there it is.
Roll
Oof.
1 now. I still go first. That's not good.
In fact, that
That
may
means
be the best thing to happen to you guys all day. Not gonna lie.
Is she going first?
Yeah.
So
Hello,
how large is the room like all the way across? Like, can I?
So the
20,
squares are accurate.
So it's
Okay, so it's
22 feet across.
okay, 22 feet across.
Yeah.
Am I within sneak attack? What is this?
I'm so glad you asked.
Mhm.
What was everyone's perception check? 18,
18.
24, 16, and 6. That is a tiny little thing that looks about like this. It's
I'm definitely going to shoot it.
horned. You're going to shoot it? Roll me a sense motive check first.
Okay.
Solomon, you too.
Ominous roll of thunder in the background on my side.
Actually came through your mic too.
Mm.
Okay.
Thank God
Toshi.
storm. Yes.
He is preparing to cast a spell.
Well, that's sad because it's not good at currently.
It is your turn.
Yes. I shoot because it's within 3 feet.
Tol, do you
19
mind?
hit?
Sorry, hang on a sec,
Yep.
Toshi. Do you mind just turning your gain down on your microphone just a touch, if at all possible?
I can figure that out. Yep.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Thanks.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's all good. It's just that the thunder is coming through quite loudly. So yeah.
Right. Okay. Let's try that. You guys can still hear me?
I can hear just fine.
Awesome.
There's a 19 hit.
A 19 does hit.
Okay, it takes 8 points of piercing damage. Or
Actually, let me just double check that because yes, a 19 does hit. Sorry, my apologies. Yes.
it's also
all right.
flat currently.
It is.
So then Toshi is going to move around here and attempt to stealth.
Okay, go for it. Roll me a stealth check.
Okay. Oh, all the way at the bottom. 30. Find me now.
Nice. How do concentration checks work? It is
Injured while casting is a 10 plus the damage dealt plus the spell level.
all right. And what do you roll for a caster? For that?
Cast level check.
Just straight up cast level check.
Yep.
Cool.
I cannot currently hear you if you're talking, and I could see you talking.
It's totally fine.
I was going to say, I also had flag bearer on, so you should have a +1 on your AC and a +1 on your damage.
Oh, that's 9 points of damage then.
Cool. I thought that's where you got the +1 from for the attack.
The +1 is from
Precise shot.
blank.
Point blank. Right,
Point
gotcha.
blank, yeah.
Um,
Precise shot is just not a -4. So it's effectively a +4.
It's actually not within 30 feet. So
Oh,
yeah, it's
would I be able
just
to move
outside
up
that.
a bit?
No,
Would
not
I-
really. You would have to go into the room to do it. So not really.
I mean, I could get right there, wouldn't I?
Not with Voron and Solomon both in that one there.
Technically standing at a square at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh,
couple.
okay. Then it'll
Okay.
be just 2 damage less.
That's totally fine. No, it'll still be an extra. Actually, it'll work out the exact same with Flagbearer.
Yeah.
So nothing changes, but it'll work out the exact same. So you said it was 10 plus the damage dealt plus what for the DC?
Plus the 10
Spell
plus
level.
damage dealt plus the spell level. So it's
Cool. Well, you hear a tiny. Actually, no, you probably don't hear anything at that distance. You see it complete a spell and then get sort of shot and grazes right on it where you believe its ribs are, and then you see an arcane sort of releasing of energy. Nothing
As
else
if it
happens though.
failed or as if it
Looks
succeeded?
looks like you stopped the spell going through.
Oh.
Luckily,
Welcome, guys. That's the end of my turn.
it is now its turn, and it is going to turn invisible. And it's okay. And then this one here, Voron is going to step towards you. So go ahead and roll a. Actually, no. It also has a Ransua, so it's a reach weapon. So it's just going to straight up attack. Does a 17 hit your AC, Voron?
it meets it.
Meets it. All right.
So yes.
So takes 7 points of damage. Pretty sure I rolled the exact same thing last time. 6 points of damage.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Reduced by 1.
And Merc, your turn.
Can I reach Varn from here or no?
You would have to move through into the room and then reach back. You wouldn't quite be able to squeeze into that hallway.
Wait for Solomon to step aside and then.
Yeah, you could delay your turn, and so you go after Voron or after Solomon, if you so wish.
I'll wait until Varn. I'll wait until Solomon moves, then I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do.
All right, so I'm just gonna pop you straight underneath Solomon. Solomon, what are you doing? You are muted again.
Sorry.
You're good. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. I'm going to try and move through Voron's space and do an attack against the three-fingered thing. Yeah.
Yeah, not a problem. It is going to take an attack of opportunity, but it is going to miss. So, where are you going to be? You are muted again. Push to talk.
Sorry.
It's totally fine.
Which one of those two squares can I be in? The one that has B15 in it, or the one just above?
You can be in either one if you want. Either one doesn't matter.
Okay. I'm gonna go for the one just above, and I also have a reach weapon, so
yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And it misses on its attack of opportunity. So go ahead and roll an attack.
Make my attack.
Yeah. An 11, however, is not going to hit, even...
Do I get +1 as well?
You'll have to check on your feet for that one. So it's still not going to hit, even with a +1. So check on that one, and then let me know next turn. Don't forget push to talk. Merc. Awesome. Merc, your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna walk up behind Voron.
Yep.
And I'm gonna cast Enlarged Person on him.
Awesome. Voron gets real big, and it's real squishy in that hallway, Voron.
In that doorway. Yes, it is.
Yeah, real squishy. you're sort of half in, half out kind of thing. You're probably going to have to move, otherwise you are definitely going to take a -4 to your next attack.
Yeah. So I will. Well, when it's my turn.
Merc, anything else you're going to do today? This turn, sorry?
No, that's it.
Alright, cool. Warren, your turn.
Oh, I'm gonna step there.
Yep.
Neatly
Yep,
line
yep.
up the squares.
Cool. Love it. It is going to take an attack of opportunity. 21 will hit.
Can I take a 5-foot
Actually,
step there?
yeah, you could take a 5-foot step. Yeah. Yeah, you could.
Does using a swift action provoke an attack of opportunity?
Depends on the action. What action are you wanting to use?
Lay on hands?
Lay on hands does not provoke.
Cool.
Not unless you use it on somebody else.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a swift action. If I use it on somebody else, it's a standard. If I use it on somebody else.
Yeah. Your lay on
Swift
hands does not
action?
provoke.
Yeah.
Cool.
To my knowledge, swift actions never provoke.
It definitely depends on the action. Most of them don't. There are a couple that do. Cool.
Okay.
So go ahead and heal 3 hit points.
And then I'm gonna knock it.
Gonna what? Whack it.
Smack
Go
it.
for it. Smack it real good.
I should make a separate weapon for this.
Probably should. Wow. It sort of deflects just, and you definitely hear a splintering of wood from its from the shaft of its blade there. Not blade. Polearm.
Mm-hmm.
Toshi, your turn. You cut out there. Say again. Sorry.
Said okay.
Okay.
Because Toshi is going to move back to right here.
Yep.
And ready to shoot whatever that tiny thing is with their bow.
Okay, you can't see the tiny thing.
That's sort of the problem.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Am I able to make multiple conditions for a held action?
I'll say yeah.
Okay. If I don't see it, oh, I can't even shoot the thing.
It's not really if you don't see it, I do this. It's a
Okay.
if this or this happens, it's an actual thing that has to happen. And
Okay.
otherwise, if those things don't happen, you kind of lose your action.
Okay.
Yeah.
If the Wrathspawn tries to get through here, I will shoot it as my
Cool.
second.
You can actually sort of does have a lot of cover there. Totally fair. That's not a problem.
Toshi wants to know where this little shit went.
Cool. Sure she does. How much damage did you do before? 7. Right, so... You guys hear... actually... Alright. You guys hear sort of a buzzing of, like, wings near you. Solomon and Foreign. You're not 100% sure what's going on or anything like that. And you can't quite pinpoint exactly where. It sort of flies past, and by the time you sort of take note of that, it's already gone.
Would I be able to make a perception check?
No. You are too far away.
Okay.
Would we know the direction the sound moved, and if it's heading out the door, can we yell to the guys out there?
Uh-oh.
It was not out the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was asking for the perception check, because
It
I
was
thought I was
not
gonna
out the
find
door.
them.
Everyone's just buzzing around us.
Yeah. Cool. So you see, really need to get some. Not at all. Where did it go? Right, I'm trying to find a. That'll do.
Oh no.
In front of you, Voron and Solomon, appears a rather devilish looking creature, as if it was summoned from the depths of hell itself. So the Sinspawn is going to take another sort of attack at Voron. For a natural 20. Alright.
Fortification. Don't forget about that.
Yes.
Fortification.
No. Fortification is next
No?
level.
Rough.
Oh, damn.
Ouch. You take 12 points of damage, and I believe that puts you unconscious, correct?
Where's the confirmation?
The
It's
natural
a
20.
Don't confirm. Yes, it does put me unconscious.
Fortunately.
I thought natural 20 still need to confirm.
No.
So that's part of my homebrew rules. Natural 20s don't. Critical threats on anything but a natural 20 does.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you rolled confirmation, it was you rolled an 18, and the time before that it was a 19. I have been checking.
I'm used to no matter what you need to confirm.
Yeah. No, it's all good. It's all good. Solomon. Boren goes down hard. Say again, sorry, mate.
Did Boren shrink in size?
Nope, he's still large.
Uh-oh.
I have my potion.
Yeah, that's fair.
I force feed it to him?
Yeah, you probably could, you know. However, if you were to do that from where you are standing, you will provoke an attack of opportunity. If you wish, you can take a 5-foot step away, but you're no longer going to be in range of taking an attack, and you'll have to take another 5-foot step forward next turn. Totally up to you, but you can.
What action is it going to consume if I force feed the potion?
So the 5-foot step is a free action, but then you cannot move any further. So you take a 5-foot step as a free action, draw the potion, and then feed it to someone would be your entire turn.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to do that.
Cool.
I can 5-foot step into a parallel square here.
Yeah. 100%.
Okay, I'll do the 5-foot step there and force feed the potion.
Go ahead and roll 2d4 plus 3. This one.
Me or Voron?
You. Voron doesn't want to roll any dice. Awesome. Voron heals 6 hit points. And
That's
is
just the dice roll.
conscious again.
That's just the dice roll.
So 9 hit points. Alright.
Conscious but on the ground.
Conscious but on the ground. Oh no. Merc, your turn.
As soon as you get up, I'm going to say you've got to make a breakthrough.
Trying to figure out what I can do.
Yeah, all good. What are you thinking, Merc?
Well, I mean, the Wrathspawn is not bad, but this little freaking thing right there.
Yeah, you're not 100% sure what that is.
Can I do a knowledge planes? Because
You certainly can.
that's one of the things I do have.
Yeah, 100%. Go for it. This is a Lemur Devil. Go ahead and tell me 3 things you want to know about this thing.
What is it? Resistance, DR, something simple like that.
Yep. So it is resistant 5 to good or silver. 2 more.
Well, I mean, does any of the other group, have any ideas I can ask?
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, if I do suggestions.
Yeah, definitely. Jump in. Immunities and what, sorry? Raven?
Lost Raven for a second.
Yeah, I believe so too.
Right, you have darkness that you can cast.
This is very true. So Wrath, are you happy with the immunities?
Yeah, the immunities be
Yep.
fine.
It is immune to fire, mind-affecting effects, and poison. And I'll throw one at you. It is also resistant to acid and cold as well.
Being a demon to myself, I can understand that.
Yeah. You feel a weird sense of kinship to this thing. So, what do you want to do? You do get the feeling that it can't do a load of damage, but
All right. Well,
what are you thinking?
did we lose somebody?
Yeah, Raven is out.
Hello?
Yep, there we go. Now they're back.
All right. Well,
Hello, can you hear me?
since
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
All right.
wonderful.
Since I'm taking the Eldritch Archer
Yep.
archetype, basically I can use the weapon and range weapon in my hand. So
Sure
I got like crossbow and sword.
Yep.
So what I'm gonna do is, since I got second level, I have basically it's the range spell strike, I believe.
Yep.
And what that does is that I can shoot something with a ranged spell, and I'm gonna use shocking grasp through my crossbow to shoot it and see if it happens.
Yeah, go for it. Awesome. Which one? The Wrathspawn or the Lemur Devil?
Probably the devil.
The Devil? Yeah, not a problem. Go for it.
Yeah, because that's more of a nasty target.
Mm-hmm. Just as a note, you definitely feel that the Wrathspawn can put out a lot more damage, but the Devil is kind of harder to hit and harder to damage. So yeah, and you definitely get the feeling. Sorry, you definitely get the feeling that your electricity will do full damage as well from your knowledge check.
To the Sispawn or to the creature?
To the Lemur, to the creature.
All right, so it's going to do the full electrical damage
Yes.
to that creature?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to shoot her. So the flag bearer gives me a +1 to attack, right?
Yes, certainly does. Attack
Okay.
and damage. Yes.
Right. So my question is, do I roll first to see if the spell works?
So it's straight up roll me an attack roll. The spell works because you can cast a spell super easy. Go ahead and roll me an attack roll. So it'll be a ranged attack roll. Unfortunately, and I'm not 100% sure if you lose the spell or not, can you find out if you lose the spell if you miss? But the crossbow, it's there in its wings, and it sort of looks over as you cast the spell. It hears you cast the spell, imbue your crossbow with it, and then fire. It sort of ducks out of the way.
Yeah, I will look on that.
Yeah, check to see if you lose the spell or if you keep it until you hit. I believe you keep it until you hit, but I'm not 100% sure. Voren, your turn.
Probably can't make an acrobatics check to get up.
You can try.
Yeah, I can try. Or I can try and hit it from the ground, taking a -4.
You could do that too.
Do you have enough health to take a hit? Or 2 hits, because I think that both have to be.
No, I don't.
Mm,
Not state.
But I can use lay on hands again.
Which is a swift action, so
Mhm.
another 4.
Still not enough to. All right. Yes.
Nice. So that is at a -4 already. Awesome.
Yeah. So I've got the -4
Yeah, yeah.
and then plus the 1 from Flagbearer. So the
Yeah,
damage
awesome.
is 19.
What are you hitting?
The Sinspawn.
Sin spawn?
Yeah.
And the damage is 19?
Yes.
You smack it so hard, its
Into the wall.
entire shoulder structure just absolutely collapses on itself. It can now no longer hold on to its weapon properly, and it's standing there like sort of trying to sort of half stumble away kind of thing.
Good.
It is incredibly staggered. Solid effort. Damn, son. Toshi, your turn.
Which, well, I'm going to move up to right here.
Yep.
That Sinspawn should have a real bad day.
Hopefully.
I'm sadly not hidden from it right now. No sneak attack.
You definitely get the feeling that Sin Spawn is on its last legs. If it tries to do too much, it's definitely going to collapse in under its own weight. You breathe on it too hard and it's going down.
Yes, but that still means it can attack.
You can try.
Yes, and I don't want it to try. Does a 16 hit?
A 16 definitely hits, and it hits the ground.
Yay! That's one thing gone.
Right.
And then, oh, I already moved. Never mind.
Yeah, you already moved. Oops. You do. So, from here. Voren.
Mhm.
As you're sort of looking over, you see that tiny little demon-looking thing materialize against the back wall.
Yeah. Just hoping it tries to run away.
And it's pointing at you. You hear it say something in some sort of language that you don't understand. I need you to roll me a, I believe it is a will save. Say again, sorry?
I thought we killed the flying thing, not the other guy.
No, the other guy's dead. And that one
No.
is not. Yes, will save, please, Voren.
Fuck it, God. It's a
Ye-
spell. It's a 12.
It's a 12? Yeah, cool, definitely. So from here, your entire body seizes up and you're
I'm still on the
paralyzed.
ground.
Oh yeah,
Plus one is
100%. You are paralyzed.
It would be 13.
Why would it be 13?
Does Flagberry give
Flagbearer.
him +1 to saves?
I thought it was just attack rolls and damage.
Sorry.
It's all good. It doesn't matter. Same outcome. So
That is...
it is visible. Toshi, you do catch a glimpse of it moving.
Wonderful.
Oh, this thing. The Lemure Devil. It's going to attempt to slash at Voron with its claws. 3 and 4 is not gonna hit, even paralyzed. Alright. Solomon. Your turn, my friend.
Can I take a step to here
Yeah, easily. Yep, 100%.
and then use my net to capture this thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and make a ranged attack roll. That will be against touch AC. Cool. Yeah, super easy. You chuck the net over, and it drops over the top of it, and it seems to sort of half struggle to get out of the net.
Okay.
Um,
Voron is currently paralyzed, or was that no?
Sure is. Merc,
Okay. Great.
your turn. Merc, you there? Hello. You might be muted. Not 100% sure what's going on there. Having a lot of internet troubles tonight.
Oh no, mine wasn't internet. My computer doesn't like to show the correct amount of battery on it.
Oh, that's fair. That's totally fair.
Oh.
I will circle back to Merc. Hopefully, no, we're just gonna move past. Toshi, what are you doing?
I'm going to move right here and
Yep.
take a shot at this little bitchy thing.
This one over here.
The small.
Yep, go for it.
It is at a
It is
+2.
technically, just so
Uh-huh.
you know, tiny, standing at about yay big. I just
Yeah.
can't get the token small enough and still be able to use it.
Yeah.
I do
Oh,
currently
Wrath.
have a +2.
What's up, dude?
Alright, cool. Your turn is next. We did skip past, but we'll
Oh
come
no,
back.
that's fine.
We'll come back.
Sorry, I
It's all
just had a
good.
little bit of lag.
Totally fine. The
Does a 22 hit?
22 most certainly hits.
That will be 8 points of piercing damage.
Awesome. The scratch that it had on its side is mostly healed.
Little shit.
And you said 8,
Yep.
right? Yeah, 8.
Yep, because it is point blank range
Nice.
and flag bearer.
Yeah, definitely. I love it. Just... Can you guys see the health bar on that one?
No,
Nope.
Why not?
we can't see health bars on anything other than ourselves.
Yep.
Alright, that's cool. That's fine. It's more for me anyway. It is its turn, and
I think you're skipping me.
oh yes, thanks, Wrath. Thank you. Yeah, your turn, Wrath. What are you doing? Thanks for calling me on that one for sure. Appreciate
No,
it.
that's fine, dude. I'm gonna move over here.
Yep.
Behind these two,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna cast enlarge person onto
Solomon.
Solomon, so he's big now too.
Yeah, awesome. Cool. Let me just
Everyone's big.
shunk. And you're probably going to have to sort of expand that away rather than back forward into the room. You're not going to provoke anything or anything like that, so you're totally fine. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Solomon, interesting point. It begins to cast a spell. Go ahead and make an attack of opportunity at the little thing.
Bonk that little shit.
Unfortunate. Oh,
That's
18? Ooh. Unfortunately, 18 just misses. Like, just misses. And it disappears. Turns invisible. Old mate here is going to take a 19 to hit Solomon and a 15 to hit Solomon. I think you're going to push to talk, man.
My AC is 15.
15? Okay, cool. So both hits, so that's not too much of an issue. You do take 4 points of damage in total. And it is your turn. Don't forget push to talk.
The thing I threw the net at, the water, how deep is it?
Oh, actually, the water is probably, for you, ankle deep. For most people, sort of mid-calf. Actually, because you have the net over it, what is that? It's a -4 to hit, you said?
-2. Attack roll.
-2 on attack
and
rolls and
dexterity.
-4 to dexterity.
-2. Okay, so, actually, go ahead and add back 3 hit points. Because the first one hit, but the second one didn't.
Awesome. So it's ankle deep. How big is the thing that I've got in the net?
It's a medium-sized creature, so it's probably about the same size as Vorin, but like spindly.
Sorry, when you said it's up to ankle depth, how deep is it in feet?
I'm not quite sure what you mean. Are you talking about
It's like
this
a
one
foot
here?
deep.
Yeah, it's like a foot deep. The pond there is about a foot deep.
And it gets deeper in the middle.
No.
Okay. So much for drowning it.
That would work.
Since I'm holding the rope that's attached to my net, if I move away and I just try and drag it through the water, is that fine?
Not how the net works.
Yeah, no. The net doesn't let you drag it. It lets you hold it in place, but it doesn't let you like drag it. Unfortunately.
Okay, no worries.
Unfortunately.
I'm just going to have to poke it, and that'll be it.
Yeah, go for it. Poke it.
Bonk it like it's never been bonked before.
That's it.
Technically, can't.
Technically.
There's ample enough amount of room behind.
I reckon it'll be fine. It'll be fine. A 20 will hit though.
And 5 damage.
Yep, not a problem. How many hit points? Alright. Oh, actually.
Got damage reduction.
Sorry?
It's got damage reduction, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So it does not seem to be phased by it at all. Your spearhead hits against its skin and kind of skates off, shakes its arm a little, maybe might have bruised it. Unfortunately,
Okay, well, that was my round.
sure was. Merc, your turn.
All right. As a swift action, I have like there's an arcane pool.
Yep.
I am turning my crossbow into a +1 weapon.
Yeah.
And as a move action, I am going to reload it, and I am going to. Can I still shoot it or no?
You can. Yeah. Yeah. You can take a shot.
All right, and I'm gonna try to see if I can shoot it again with my crossbow and use the
sorry.
Wrathspawn.
Sorry, that arcane pool. Did you say that was a swift action?
Yeah, it's a swift action.
Then yeah, you can take a shot.
All right, so I'm gonna shoot it and see if it works.
Go for it. And did you find if you lost the spell if you missed?
Does not
I would
specify.
think it doesn't specify, but I would believe it does. Like it's like you just casting a spell and you miss the spell, so I would assume that you would.
What's the ability called? Spell.
Spell strike.
This variant is ranged spell strike,
Yep, that's fine.
but that should not make a difference.
Yeah, no, that shouldn't make it. In any case, go ahead and roll an attack roll. Merc.
Doing that right now. So yeah, that would miss.
And I
didn't use a spell. I was just doing.
Yeah, no. That's totally fine. I would say.
That's already going to be.
I will say that you actually retain the spell. So until you hit, the spell stays charged.
Okay, so
obviously
that'd still be at 13, but I know we miss.
Yeah, no. 13. You say 13. You say?
Yeah, because it's 12. Because it's a +1 weapon.
Yeah.
So it makes it a 12.
Yeah.
Then with a flag bearer, that's one.
That is a 13. Yes, unfortunately, 13 just misses. And
you're also still shooting into combat.
Yeah, that is true as well. You are shooting into combat. So, just misses. Not an issue though. Voren, you are still paralyzed. However, at the end of your turn, you feel your muscles relax. And Toshi, your turn.
Into the room right here. I won't provoke any attacks of opportunities. If I move to right here.
Look. It's still going to provoke because you can't get to that square because there's a wall there. You can't get to that square without going through the other square. Feel free to roll a acrobatics, but I'm still going to attempt. Doesn't really matter. It's going to miss anyway, but...
Okay. I'm going to hold a shot till I see the little shit.
Good to know. Speaking of...
Or if this thing lunges at me.
Alright,
whichever
comes first. Understood. Understood. Wow, that's interesting.
Uh-oh. Who are you gonna kill?
I'm not going to kill anyone yet.
Yet's the problem.
However, it can't. Alright, okay. Cool. This thing here is going to take another 2 strikes at Solomon. And it has a -2 on each, so 1 hits. And you take a single point of damage, Solomon. As one of the claws reaches through, and it's just. And after it does that, it fades from existence in a puff of red and black smoke. And Solomon, it is your turn.
Where's the small invisible thing gone?
Great question.
It is currently small and invisible.
This is true. You haven't heard anything try and fly past you or anything like that? So you assume it's probably still in the room somewhere.
I'm going to close the door.
Okay. I love everything about that. Yes. That is so smart. That's legitimately the first time I have ever seen anyone try and close the door. That is brilliant.
Stuck in here with them. They're stuck in here with us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, 100%. Close the door, okay. No issues. I love it. You still have some movement if you want to use that. Do you want to move somewhere? Or do you want to maybe help Vorin up? Or what are you thinking? What do you want to do?
Yep, so I will close the door, say to the guys, spread out and search.
Yep.
Expecting everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Yep.
And I'm going to take my spear tip if I can. I'm going to start splashing water around the room from that fountain, that pool.
Okay. Yeah, super easy. You start splashing water around, not a problem. Did you say you were going to help Vorin up or nah?
Can I do that as well? Do I have enough activity?
I'll say if you help Vorin up, you can start splashing around, but you won't get too much around. But yeah, you could do that and start.
No, then I'm gonna let Vorin get up because fighting this thing is more important.
All right, I want you to mark 4 squares of where you have splash water. 4 squares. Go ahead and do that. While you are doing that,
how do I mark them other than pinging the square?
So on your sidebar, you should have a freehand, like a paintbrush sort of thing, and then you can click that and just put an X on the square. Merc, what are you thinking? What are you gonna do? Yeah, that works too. The square works. More than happy with that. Have we got a Merc? Have we got a Wrath?
Yeah, I'm here.
Alright, what are you doing, mate?
Just trying to figure out what I can do right now. Because the other guy, is he dead or is he just disappeared too?
Just disappeared. Practically, puff of red and black smoke. Gone.
I just basically reload my crossbow and I'm gonna hold my action in case one of them pops up.
Yeah, cool. Not a problem. Hold your action in case something pops up. Vorin, your turn.
Going to get off the ground.
Yes, you are.
Stand the fuck up.
Yep.
That's my move, action, isn't it?
And you'll probably have to move a bit to the side to kind of spread yourselves out a little.
But I can't actually move, can I? Because it's pretty sure it's a full round action to stand up.
Well, you and Solomon can't stand in the same space, so I'm going to allow that for free.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
That's
pretty
it,
sure
though.
it's just a standard action to stand up.
I thought it was a move.
Could be. Pathfinder prone. If I could spell, I would be dangerous.
Well, I guess you're not two things.
I am not.
And I don't know how to spell either.
Rude. Standing up is a move equivalent action that provokes an attack of opportunity. So, yeah.
I can't move.
You can spend a standard action to move if you want.
You've got a nice club that's probably good for spraying water around the room.
This is fair.
I have two problems with that.
Mm.
Personally. The thing is flying, so we won't see it stepping through the water. And two is creating difficult terrain for us.
It's not wet. It's just sort of like a spray of water kind of thing.
We would still see the water hit something if it hit it in
Yeah,
midair.
definitely. You would.
I
Yeah.
understand. I understand that. But if we keep splashing water, it's gonna have the opposite effect. I feel like, anyway.
That's fair.
This means I need to pick up more
So-
chalk.
Baron, roll me a perception check.
I've got chalk.
If you're standing
Right.
right there, roll me a perception check.
Okay. Right now,
Mhm.
Solomon and I should be able to cover the entire room with attacks of opportunity.
Yep. So which way are you facing? Facing isn't really a thing, but it's a question.
Okay. Probably won't. Well, I will have faced towards the end of the room as I walk that way.
So you face into the room, not back at Solomon?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So as you step there to your left, you hear of wings somewhere. It's close, you're not 100% sure exactly where it is, but it's just to your left there somewhere.
So I'm just going to call out to my left.
Yep, not a worry. And Toshi, your turn.
I am going to fire 4 squares that I think it's in. I'm going to say I'm going to fire right here. I forgot to do the ping, but have bursts of water instead.
Yep,
Right
that's
here.
cool. Right there. Yep.
Attack roll or don't try?
Go ahead and roll me an attack roll.
Nope.
Yeah, no, you definitely miss. Right. At the... Oof, rough. Okay. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
Dying quickly, I hope.
Look, we can only pray that is a thing. That is incredibly frustrating.
How many spell slots does it have? 2 invisible, or is it just? Oh, please tell me it's not at will.
It would be that way.
It's probably
That
at will.
was a
If it,
demon.
I'm guessing at what it is, but it's probably at will because that's annoying and that's what demons are, or
You
devils are.
guys see right here a skeleton coalesced from like a red and black mist and coalesced in its like just in that space there.
Does it have greater invisibility or just invisibility? Because casting a spell would not pop it out of its visibility, wouldn't it?
No.
Not
it
if it's a
is
summon
when
spell.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would be actions directed at unintended objects do not break the spell. Causing harm indirectly is not an attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made sure of that because I wanted to make sure. Just like
However,
squint.
Now, and here's a really important. Actually, yeah, I don't think it really matters. So you and Solomon have complete reach over the entire room, correct?
Yep.
Well, Solomon can't reach behind me.
But you can reach behind you.
Yeah.
But so like between the two of you, you have complete reach of the entire room.
Yes.
So here's a very important question. When does casting a when does invisibility fade when you cast a spell? Is it when you
would fade-
begin or when you finish?
It would
At the end.
be when you begin, because think of it as you're starting to weave the magic, it interferes with what the illusion that's already there.
I like that. Let's call it when you begin. You. Yep. Awesome. I love that. So it appears right over here. You hear Wingbeats head away from you, Warren, and then it appears right there.
Cool.
And I guess both Warren.
I was holding my action.
Yeah. So Merc, since you're holding your action, go ahead and roll an attack. God, I hope you hit.
Me too.
Funny.
That's awesome.
That's a
14 is
16
not.
hit.
16 is not going to hit, unfortunately. Sail's just over. It's really tiny. It's like this big kind of thing. It's so small, so hard to hit. However, it is currently casting a spell. So, actually, Toshi, you were holding your turn too, weren't you?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and make an attack.
It would have lapsed because I had taken my action that round.
You are correct. It would have. Solomon and Voron, go ahead and both make me attacks of opportunity as it is casting a spell.
$19 and 22.
That's still at a -4, isn't it?
No.
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 It says
Oh no! Yours is.
Oh.
Yours is a.
Okay.
So you both hit,
Okay.
and
I didn't realize that I hadn't
Oh,
unpicked
dang.
Brian.
Oh dang. Well, let's see. Oh my!
That would be 21 points of damage
It
if
certainly
it doesn't have
is.
VR.
That should be a broken tile on the floor.
Well, no, because it's a BR5. So
Probably.
You don't know that.
No, yes, we do.
No, you don't. That was the
Yeah,
thing
before
it
it-
summoned,
No, okay.
Mhm.
not this
Sorry,
thing.
my bad.
However, you definitely feel like your the entirety of your attack does not quite go through.
Okay.
Which brings it to its turn, and I'm pretty sure it's not going to make a concentration check.
You never know. Sometimes those plus
no.
40s.
Yeah, no. And as you see both hit, you see that same arcane fizzle of energy splash out. And Solomon, your turn. Don't forget to push to talk, man. Say again, sorry.
Recommendations. Team.
Have the
You
fun
can
back.
see the wounds on the little thing starting to close up slowly, but it's healing itself.
Mhm.
Attack
I'm
that
gonna.
way. It's
I'm
not
gonna
worth-
throw my. I'm gonna throw my flask of oil at its square.
It is flying. It's about 7 feet off the ground.
So it won't get hit by splash.
It would not, no.
Oh well, poke.
Yeah, cool. Go for it. 22 definitely hits.
23
and 23 definitely hits, and 7. And it definitely takes some damage. Not a huge amount, but some. Merc, your turn.
Reload my crossbow and I'm
Go for
gonna
it.
shoot the damn thing.
Go for it. Damn, Merc, you can't hit a thing tonight. That's rough. Luckily, the spell doesn't dissipate. So as soon as you hit with that spell, that's definitely going to do some major damage. Voron, your turn.
As a swift action, I am going to activate my Stone Strike.
Stone Strike, let's go.
Which, if
That
you want to read it,
stone.
there you go. Where is my... So, I'll have a total of +2 to attacks and +2 to damage. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, nah.
Oh, no. No, it's okay.
Unfortunately. Toshi, your turn.
Shoot the fucker.
Go for it.
Actually, no. I will hold my action till it starts to cast a spell.
Smart. I like it. I like it a lot. So go ahead and make a... Actually, yeah. Go ahead and make an attack of opportunity. Go ahead and make an attack. It is going to. How do you cast defensively? That's a concentration check, right?
Yeah.
Cast level check. Yeah, cool. That's fine.
Though.
Concentration or cast level.
Concentration, which is a constant. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And what do you have to?
Cast defensively is 15 plus double the spell level.
Plus
DC.
double the spell level.
Yeah.
All right. So
That'll
the
still get hit
24
by me.
hits, and it still needs to roll a spell fails. So it does manage to cast defensively. It dodges out of the way of any attacks that Solomon or Voron would throw at it. However, it still loses the spell as it fizzles, as Toshi shoots and then smack, another little bit of damage. That's nasty. And you definitely see some of the wounds starting to heal up as well. You'll definitely see it look towards the door in panic and notice that it's closed. This thing is going to take a step towards Solomon. So Solomon, go ahead and Solomon, go ahead and make an attack of opportunity as it steps out of your range. A 9 is not going to hit, unfortunately. So...
it's a 10.
Oh, that's fine. Still not going to hit, unfortunately.
And that attack should have been with your spear because it was.
Oh yeah, no, with your spear, man, not with your unarmed strike.
I can change at any time because I'm brawler, and spear would have had piercing damage, which is less effective.
That's
so I went
fair.
for a
Cool, totally fair. I love it. As long as you're aware. So it's going to slash at you twice, and a 15 will hit on one of its claws for 6 points of damage.
Oh.
That brings it to Merc. Your turn.
All right. I'm just gonna attempt to shoot the little thing again.
Yeah, go for it. Go ahead and make an attack roll. Wow, that is so hard to see.
Yeah, I'm giving up right now.
Oh
There's no
man,
point. That's
that is
wasting my
so
time. That's wasting my time.
rough. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't understand the roll. Maybe reload your roll 20, dude. Like, I don't know. That's rough. Bring it back to Voren.
Stone strike attempts 2.
Go for it.
Thank you.
How do you want to do this?
I'm gonna put it between my hammer and the wall.
Just you see the hammer impact the wall cracks in like a spiderweb fashion, and you see a splat of blood right up the wall. And the skeleton into a puff of red and black smoke, and Voren just sort of pulls his thing away, and you see a very flattened, very broken thing, very soggily flop onto the ground. One moment. I just have to double check something.
Let's hope
Cool.
it's not regeneration.
Cool. No.
No, I'm about to chop his head off.
Alright.
Generate that.
It could if it's regeneration. It technically can. All right.
Yeah.
So I will consider you guys out of combat for now.
That was 1 point off max damage.
That was amazing. Oh my god. And we are going to call it right there for tonight. We're going to end on a high. 25 to hit for Voren, 25 damage, and a squished thing. If someone wants to roll me, the last thing we want to do, someone wants to roll me a knowledge planes check. You might be able to figure out what this is more than anything.
That I can do.
Go for it.
I'll help. I do not help.
Wow. You
Thanks,
aren't sure exactly what it is, but you are pretty sure it's dead.
Well, that we do know what it is. It's very dead.
Very dead.
If there's anything useful, I'm looting off that little fucking thing.
Fair enough.
Next week, we open the door and find a statue on the other side.
Definitely. That's going to be the fun part. Thanks very much for watching, guys. I'm going to hang out and chat for a little bit and have it and just chat with everyone. Thanks for listening. We are here every week, every Tuesday, starting at 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Thanks very much for playing. Thanks for watching. And I'll have a chat with you guys in chat very soon.